The committee will come to order. Well, good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first hearing of the 119th Congress for the House Committee on Agriculture, examining the economic crisis in farm country. And a crisis is exactly what hundreds of thousands of farm families are facing as we speak. Across the board, commodity prices have fallen precipitously, while input costs remain at or near record high levels. For some commodities, returns have been in the red for several years. Producers are burning their hard-earned equity and being forced to have incredibly tough conversations with their lenders to just figure out how to hold on for one more year. Unfortunately for some, there won't be one more year. And in fact, the Agriculture and Food Policy Center at Texas A&M University, which tracks the financial performance of 92 representative farms all across the country, recently stated that in the 42 years of keeping records at the center, there has never been a time where there has been such a bleak outlook over the next 5 years for their representative farms, with every single major commodity deep in the red. Producers deciding what to plant this year aren't thinking about what rotation is likely to make money, but rather what crops will cause them to lose the least. Thankfully, at the end of last year, Congress was able to come together and enact $21 billion in aid to address weather-related losses in 2023 and 2024, and $10 billion to partially offset some of the economic losses experienced in 2024. Obtaining that aid was not easy, but myself and dozens of other members and senators were prepared to lay down on the tracks to block the continuing resolution if economic assistance wasn't included. That is a threat I didn't make lightly, but because of extreme concerns from the lending community, the desperation of the agriculture sector, and the threat to the future of farm families across the country, I could not in good conscience allow Congress to ignore the needs of our producers. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and members across both sides of the aisle that helped make that happen. I urge the Senate to act quickly to confirm Brooke Rollins, who I think will be the best Secretary of Agriculture of our lifetimes, so that she can expedite getting that assistance out the door. Farmers and their lenders cannot wait. Downturns in agriculture are nothing new. It is and always has been a cyclical business. But it sure seems like the good times are shorter and not as profitable as they once were. And the bad times are lasting longer and are more severe. The needs of the industry have changed, and this underscores the critical importance of enacting a new farm bill with a significantly enhanced safety net. Now, this won't by any means make producers whole, but a bolstered and properly functioning safety net will help them to weather the storm. I was proud of the work this committee did in the last Congress to advance the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024 in a bipartisan way. Unfortunately, for numerous reasons outside of my control, we weren't able to get that bill across the finish line. And America's producers are the ones paying the price. We cannot let this year be a repeat of the last. I look forward to working with my new ranking member, Congresswoman Angie Craig, from the great state of Minnesota, to get the Farm Bill over the finish line this year. It oftentimes feels like here at the Agriculture Committee, our job is to enact policies like the safety net that treat the symptoms while other committees have jurisdiction over the disease. That is why I will be working around the clock with my fellow chairmen to address the underlying causes of these record high input costs, such as burdensome regulations, uncertainty around taxes and harmful energy, and environmental policies that are relics of the previous administration. We'll also be working with the Trump administration to expand markets and create demand for U.S. agriculture products. I know there's a lot of concern about tariffs and potential retaliation, but as we have seen in just the past 2 weeks with Colombia, Canada, and Mexico, access to the U.S. consumer provides him powerful leverage to negotiate with foreign nations. He needs to use this leverage to advance the America First agenda. Now, I'll be keeping vigilant watch over these actions, and where U.S. agriculture gets caught in the crossfire, I'll be the first to speak up on behalf of our producers. I want to thank our witnesses today. Each and every one of them have a unique perspective to offer members of this committee that will help us understand where agriculture is, where things are headed, and what this committee needs to consider as we work to enact a highly effective farm bill. I'd now like to welcome the distinguished ranking member, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for any opening remarks she would like to give.
Thank you so much, Chairman Thompson, and thank you for organizing this extremely timely hearing on the economic crisis in farm country. Thank you to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for your commitment to helping our nation's farmers achieve our historic mission to feed, clothe, and fuel the world. And thank you to our witnesses here today to help us, and more importantly, the country, better understand the crisis we are facing, and perhaps more importantly, how the decisions we make as leaders can support each of you. This committee, more than most, has historically worked on a bipartisan basis to help give farmers and ranchers the certainty they need. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you toward the goal of a bipartisan farm bill that can get the support of the majority of Republicans and Democrats in the 119th Congress. I don't have to tell our witnesses that for most in farm country, folks have been struggling. My Minnesota farmers tell me every day, high input cost, low prices, stubborn inflation, bird flu, droughts, floods, changes in consumer behavior, and general market volatility have made it increasingly difficult for America's family farmers. We know that our farmers and producers across rural America wake up wondering whether they'll get enough or too much rain this year, suffer an early frost, get the credit they need by planting season, or have their fuel supply impacted by a war halfway around the world. And that's before the additional uncertainty injected into the conversation these past 3 weeks. Consider grant dollars to farmers appropriated by Congress and already under contract with USDA have been frozen. Trade wars with our largest trading partners and largest export markets have been threatened. Food grown in America is rotting in a warehouse in Texas. We all know, just like before, that trade wars will inevitably lead to retaliatory tariffs on American farmers. We know that cutting off foreign food assistance programs also cuts off a major market and farm income. These actions hurt the rural communities and family farmers we represent on this committee. We know that Congress must also do its part to bring more certainty to farmers, and that brings me to the Farm Bill. Farmers need a new farm bill to provide some semblance of stability for their business and their families, one that strengthens the farm safety net, cuts red tape, and provides new opportunities for new and beginning farmers. The best farm bill is not one that looks pretty on paper or makes promises that it can't deliver. It's the one that has the votes to pass the House, the Senate, and get signed into law. We stand ready to negotiate a bipartisan bill. Farmers across the country, whether they use PLC, ARC, or crop insurance, need a farm bill to keep feeding our communities and the world. Mr. Chairman, this committee has always found a way for Democrats and Republicans to come together with the common goal of supporting our farmers and rural communities and making sure our communities, no matter where they live, have food on the table. My grandfather was a farmer. I know it takes faith and a lot of hard work. I want to thank the witnesses before us today for doing all that you do to help feed, clothe, and fuel this country. Your time and perspective are greatly appreciated. Mr. Chairman, thank you for treating me to the Pennsylvania Ag Show with you last month, and with that, I yield back.
The chair would ask that other members submit their opening statements for the record so witnesses may begin their testimony and to ensure that there's ample time for questions. Our first witness today is Dr. John Newton, the executive head of Terrain. Our next witness is Ms. Alisha Schwertner, the owner of Eric and Alisha Schwertner Farms in Miles, Texas. Our third witness today is Mr. Ryan Talley, a partner with Talley Farms in Aurora Grande, California. And I'll now turn it over to the gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Budzinski, to introduce our final witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. for the opportunity to introduce our final witness. I am thrilled to welcome my friend Rodney Weinzierl to this hearing today. Mr. Weinzierl is a farmer from Stamford, Illinois, who has been operating his third-generation corn and soybean farm with his wife for the past 26 years. He brings with him a wealth of experience in the agricultural sector and an important outlook on the farm economy through his lived experience as a farmer in the top corn and soybean producing county in the nation. Mr. Weinzierl, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your testimony before the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, General Lady. Thank you to all of our impressive witnesses for joining us today. We'll now proceed your testimony. You'll each have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Dr. Newton, please begin when you're ready.
Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify before you today. My name is John Newton. I am the executive head of Terrain. Terrain is tasked with analyzing agricultural economic issues for our partnering farm credit associations. I frequently meet with farmers and ranchers in the communities they call home to understand their challenges and opportunities. My testimony today reflects these perspectives and is supported by data-driven analysis. Since the high-income environment of 2022, we've seen a tale of two farm economies. Over the last 3 years, inflation-adjusted net cash farm income for corn and soybean farm families has dropped by 45% to their lowest levels in a decade and a half. Meanwhile, record cattle prices and higher milk prices have contributed to higher levels of income for those farm families, providing an opportunity for them to finally rebuild their balance sheets from the pandemic-era lows, though other challenges remain. USDA's net farm income is a broad measure of the financial conditions across the U.S. farm sector and is the flagship measurement of the overall health of the U.S. farm economy. Driven by record agricultural exports, increased domestic demand, and pandemic-related federal support, inflation-adjusted net farm income reached a record high in 2022 at $198 billion. The rise in farm income, however, coincided with historic inflation in farm production expenses as input costs reached a record $462 billion in 2022, remaining near those historically high levels still today. With input costs slow to decline, pressure has been mounting as many farm families have worked through their working capital and are now faced with tough decisions on how to reduce expenses without giving up hard-earned access to land or compromising productivity. Since 2022, and excluding government payments, U.S. inflation-adjusted net farm income has fallen by $43 billion, or 26%, to $138 billion in 2025. We are witnesses to historic volatility in the farm economy. For many crop and specialty crop farmers, margins have been tight or below break even for several years because of inflation in input cost and lower farm gate prices. Through the foresight of this committee, the American Relief Act of 2025 provided USDA with more than $30 billion to deliver ad hoc financial assistance to farmers experiencing economic and natural disasters. When including the ad hoc federal support, U.S. inflation-adjusted net farm income is projected at $180 billion, up 26% from last year. I know firsthand, however, that farmers would rather get their returns from the market, but in today's farm economy, it's ad hoc support that is propping up their incomes. These economic assistance payments offset only a portion of a farmer's negative margins and are only a bridge until a new 5-year farm bill can be authorized by Congress. As we've seen for the last decade, U.S. agriculture continues to face down unprecedented economic challenges that traditional farm bill programs were ill-equipped to face, and we relied too heavily on ad hoc support. Ad hoc support is unpredictable, cannot be counted on during times of economic crisis like we're facing today. The next farm bill can end the reliance on ad hoc support with enhanced risk management tools. With nearly 350 million people in the U.S., the cost of critical farm risk management and conservation programs is less than 8 cents per meal. Ask anyone in America if they would support additional investments into the farm bill to ensure farmers can produce a safer, more sustainable, and more secure food supply while also being economically sustainable themselves. The answer will be a resounding yes. Farm credit is there for the farmer through the highs and the lows of the farm economy. We know firsthand that the sense of urgency is real in farm country, and the opportunity to enhance the 5-year contract with agriculture and rural America is now before it's too late. Healing an ailing farm economy with a new 5-year farm bill would be an important first step for the long-run success of U.S. agriculture, our food security, and our national security. Thank you very much for the opportunity to offer testimony before you today. I'm thankful to every member of this committee for your time and attention, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Dr. Newton, thank you very much. Ms. Schwertner, please begin whenever you're ready.
Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and members of the House Agricultural Committee, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to testify today on the state of the farm economy. My name is Alisha Schwertner, and I am honored to speak before you as a mother, a farmer, the 2022 chair of the American Farm Bureau Federation's Young Farmers and Ranchers Committee, and a Texas Farm Bureau member who serves on the Runnels County Board. My husband and I are third-generation farmers and ranchers in Miles, Texas, where we grow cotton, corn silage, grain sorghum, wheat, and hay. We also manage a small cow-calf herd and sell beef directly to local consumers. Our primary motivation for working hard to ensure the future of our operation, if they choose it, are our 4 young boys, ages 6, 3, and 1. They are why we do what we do. I know many others who share the same passions and visions for their own operations in hopes that their family legacy can continue. Unfortunately, without change in the trajectory of the farm economy, I worry many of us will fall short. Farming has never been easy, but the past 3 years have been especially challenging for farm and ranch families. Many of us have experienced extreme and unpredictable weather disasters. Inflation, supply chain disruptions, and international conflicts are also to blame for rising input costs that cut into the already thin margins that we operate under. The farm economy is at a crossroads. For perspective, my husband's grandmother passed away 2 years ago, and we came across receipts and invoices from his Grandpa Schwertner while cleaning out her house. On these receipts, Grandpa Schwertner sold his cotton for 63 cents per pound. Just 2 weeks ago, we were quoted 58 cents per pound. That's 5 cents less per pound than 60 years ago, yet in that same time, we have seen application costs increase by more than 300%, and machinery costs go up by nearly 600%. There are even new costs, including the cost to purchase seed and crop insurance. Unlike many other industries, farmers cannot pass increased costs on to consumers for a higher return. We as farmers are price takers, not price makers, and we are at the mercy of increasingly volatile markets that are influenced by forces far beyond our control. For example, a small business owner may increase their cost to ship an item to a consumer if the shipping prices increase. I cannot increase cotton prices to cover an increase in storage or transportation costs. USDA's most recent farm sector income forecast has shown a $41 billion decrease in net farm income, down nearly 25% from 2022. Since crop prices peaked in 2022, they have taken a nosedive. Corn and wheat are down 37%, soybeans down 28%, and cotton down 22%. Despite these lower prices, payments to farmers are projected to be the lowest since 1982. Another cause of the decline in farm income is failure to secure additional trade deals for agriculture. We have experienced 2 years of record agricultural trade deficits with another one projected. Trade is vitally important to agriculture as more than 95% of the world's consumers live outside of the United States, and nearly 1/3 of U.S. farm income comes from exports. The possibility of retaliatory tariffs on our agricultural products could impact market access, becoming detrimental to our bottom line. As farmers and ranchers work to secure equity to continue operating in 2025, the economic uncertainty has made it difficult for bankers to extend credit. For the first time in our tenure on our farm, we will not be able to repay our previous year's operating line of credit in its entirety on its due date. We are forced to have challenging conversations with our banker regarding loan renewal and ultimately paying the high interest rates that come with it. We are constantly looking to diversify our income while considering whether a future in farming is realistic for our family. Our farm and so many others will not endure these current economic conditions. Farming is more than an occupation. It's a personal commitment and a passion for feeding and sustaining our nation and families. We love what we do, but without adequate policies and support, we risk losing everything that we and past generations have worked so hard for. This includes the ability to pass on our legacy and profession to the next generation. For us, that happens to be our 4 boys. The economic and disaster assistance from the year-end continuing resolution was certainly helpful and will provide many farm and ranch families with the ability to continue operating for another year. We are grateful this committee voted in a bipartisan manner to advance a modernized farm bill last year. However, we still need Congress to take action and agree on significant investments in farm safety net programs to reflect current economic conditions, as well as long-term solutions for rising input costs and volatile markets. Our food system, rural communities, and our national security depend on it. Thank you for the opportunity to share these challenges, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schwertner. Mr. Talley, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and members of the committee. Although not directly under the jurisdiction of this committee, I cannot testify before Congress without first emphasizing how vital it is to the security of our nation's food supply and the future of the specialty crop production in the United States for Congress to enact a bipartisan solution to the workforce crisis in agriculture. I am testifying today, however, on behalf of the Specialty Crop Farm Bill Alliance, a coalition of nearly 200 organizations representing the entirety of the specialty crop industry in the United States. We have come together to promote common sense initiatives that Congress should include in the next Farm Bill. Let me begin by telling you a little bit about myself and my family farm. My grandfather started Talley Farms in 1948, which is located on the central coast of California, and it has been in the family ever since that time. I began working on the family farm during the summers at age 12 and have worked there ever since. We recently welcomed the 4th generation of our family to full-time positions on the farm. While we are not the largest operation in our area, we're certainly not the smallest. We produce a wide range of fruits and vegetables on nearly 1,800 conventional acres, including more than 30 different crops on 75 acres of certified organic soil. If I leave you here today with one thing, it is that investing in specialty crops is a good value for the taxpayers' money that will benefit all Americans. Our products account for nearly half the farm gate value in the United States, and the dietary guidelines for Americans recommend that fruits and vegetables should comprise at least half of Americans' diet. Yet under current law, specialty crops receive a small fraction of their proportional share of the Farm Bill resources. The investments we're proposing are modest when compared to programs for other commodities. And when you invest in specialty crops, which include nutrient-dense fruits, vegetables, and tree nuts, you're also investing in the long-term health and security of the American people. Specialty crops is a term that consists of different commodities grown in different seasons and regions in all 50 states. Despite this diversity, the industry is confronted with common challenges that hinder our ability to compete. Our input costs are rising at an alarming rate, with labor comprising nearly half of the cost of our production. We have increasingly limited access to crop protection tools with few replacements under development. For those who export, we face great uncertainty in foreign markets. In our domestic markets, competition is rising from imports and significantly lower production costs. Hurricanes, drought, and other severe weather occur with increasing frequency. Although USDA has dramatically improved its ability to provide ad hoc assistance to our growers, we need Congress to enact a comprehensive, bipartisan bill that invests in long-term competitiveness of our industry. Our proposal for the Farm Bill include new funding for research and development, incentives for technology that supplement and enhance human labor, resources to make our operations more resilient to extreme weather, and common sense changes to the crop insurance that would provide the majority of our growers with a functional safety net for the very first time. I don't have the time to walk through each of these proposals in my testimony, but we have submitted written testimony for record, which includes a copy of our 2023 recommendations. We will provide updated recommendations to you in the coming weeks. The Alliance stands ready to work with each of you on the next Farm Bill. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Ms. Talley, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Weinzierl, you are recognized. Please begin when you're ready.
Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in front of the House Ag Committee. I'm Rodney Weinzierl. I serve as Executive Director of the Illinois Corn Growers and the Illinois Corn Marketing Board, but I also grow corn and soybeans in rural Stanford, Illinois, and I'm here today as a farmer. I have farmed for the last 26 years, following my father, my grandfather on the same plot of land, farming for the same landlord family since 1912. My wife and I began transitioning our farm to our oldest daughter, Gracie, and this process has highlighted the challenges facing the next generation of family farmers. Today, the farm economy is struggling. I believe two fundamental issues are driving the downturn: lack of demand and rising input costs. Regarding demand, an Illinois farmer's first priority is to derive profit from the market, not from the government. To that end, we consistently invest in and advocate the U.S. government invest in the development of three major markets: livestock, ethanol, and exports. Last year's House Committee Farm Bill included an increase in funding for foreign market development and the market access programs, targeting demand growth from international buyers. Investment here could be very impactful to the ag economy as we face the fifth consecutive annual trade deficit in 7 years. Export markets generate demand and profitability. Given more time, I would love to dive into the opportunities available for family farmers if the U.S. built a vibrant, high-octane, cleaner burning fuel standard, which would allow the sale of more corn-based ethanol. Growing demand here would drastically impact the profitability proposition for the U.S. corn farmer. The second issue, input costs rose during a period of high commodity prices and have not yet returned to levels to allow family farmers to be profitable. My financials over the past 26 years reflect on two opportunities for the committee: crop insurance and transparency in input costs, particularly fertilizer costs. I struggle to understand how nitrogen costs have risen dramatically over the past years, despite the relatively stable price of the primary feedstock, natural gas. I understand that we operate in a global market and that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has created supply challenges. However, throughout my career, the fertilizer industry has twice had the opportunity to expand production to meet market demands, yet has not done so. Increasing market transparency and/or creating risk management tools like futures contracts on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange could help farmers manage input costs more effectively. Regarding crop insurance, this program is designed to operate at a loss ratio of 1.0, meaning for every dollar premium paid in, $1 is paid out as an indemnity payment. Over 26 years, my farm has only received 20% of what I should have received as a loss ratio of 1.0. Most farms in Illinois are in similar predicaments. If crop insurance rates were reevaluated, particularly in the Midwest, we could generate hundreds of millions of dollars in savings. I would encourage those savings to be used to improve crop insurance and support other Farm Bill titles. Because of my on-farm experience using conservation practices on our farm, I see trends worth exploring for further risk reduction, potentially generating even more savings for crop insurance. I believe our conservation practices, no-till and cover crops primarily, have reduced risk on our farm, making our soil more resilient to drought and excess rainfall. This in turn has led to fewer crop insurance indemnity payments and lower loss ratios for our policies. Important to note, our conservation adoption has been implemented without the aid of NRCS programs. This is due in part to their practice standards being too rigid. reducing my ability to innovate and often being too risky for my productivity and success. NRCS could lead farmers by providing direly needed technical support regardless of farm families' program sign-up status. As I wrap up, I would like to mention my wife and her 4-H club run the local food pantry in our small town. I have seen firsthand the value and necessity of food assistance programs in our rural community. The nutrition program of the Farm Bill is so important to communities like mine in food deserts or with significant need. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Weinzierl. My apologies for butchering your name when I first introduced you. And thank you to all of our witnesses. They set a great example for our members, well under 5 minutes. Yeah, just keep that in mind, gentlemen and gentleladies. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes, each in order to allow us to get to as many questions as possible, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Dr. Newton, you did an excellent job of laying out the current state of the farm economy, and as you pointed out, farmers face all kinds of risks from prices to weather and everything in between. With those risks in mind, why do we need both crop insurance and Title I programs?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. And that's, I think it's important for folks to understand that with crop insurance, farmers have very large deductibles that they take, oftentimes in excess of 15 or 20% deductible on crop insurance. So at times, farmers are taking very, very deep losses before crop insurance ever triggers an indemnity to the grower. And so Title I programs have always laid on top of crop insurance and offered a cushion in the event of a low price or low revenue environment like we find ourselves in today. And so I think it's important for farmers to have options for risk management tools, the more tools in the toolbox, so they can customize the risk management strategies that they need.
Well, thank you for that. Throughout my travels across the country, farmers have been asking me for meaningful and robust support for Title I. Can you explain why there has been such a focus on Title I in particular?
Thank you again. I think it's pretty clear from the witnesses here that input costs have gone through the roof. Farm production expenses hit a record $462 billion in 2022. But the support levels that we have in the Farm Bill, the reference prices, are based on information, Chairman, that's over a decade old. And so when you travel around the country, farmers want to see increased reference prices, higher levels of support to match the environment that they're dealing with today with very, very high input costs.
Well, thank you. Ms. Schwertner, I appreciate you being here today and your willingness to share the story of your family. It's obvious the dedication that you and your husband have to the future of your operation. Within your testimony, you shared with us that you are constantly looking for ways to diversify your income, but ultimately have still had very tough conversations with your lender. Are there others farming around you who are experiencing the same hardships? And what will be the impact on your community if there isn't a change in the direction the farm economy is headed?
Thank you for your question. Yes, as new and beginning farmers, my husband and I have had some very challenging conversations with our banker, and especially over the last 3 years as we've had consecutively challenging years. We're certainly not alone. I think I saw that roughly 20% of farmers and ranchers are having the same conversations with their bankers across the country. So it's certainly a significant challenge that we face. And it's important to note that the Farm Bill is not just for farmers and ranchers. It's a rural Farm Bill. It's for all rural communities, and agriculture supports rural communities. We provide hundreds of jobs, millions of jobs to those in our local communities. We support local businesses, the cotton gins, the grain facilities, grocery stores, local meat processors, you name it. We support all of those local businesses. So the Farm Bill and getting across a modernized Farm Bill means not just supporting farmers and ranchers, but it means supporting the rural communities across America.
Well, thank you very much for that. Mr. Talley, thank you for your testifying before the committee today. And during my travels across, well, aside from the broader farm economy, I've constantly heard that agricultural labor is the #1 issue affecting our producers. And that's why during the last Congress, we established a bipartisan agricultural labor working group. Mr. Talley, has your experience with the H-2A program been, and from your perspective, what reforms or improvements would you consider to be a top priority?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had a meeting with then Secretary of Labor, Sue, and had this exact conversation. And basically, I started out by telling her in 2016, quite honestly, the H-2A program saved our family farm. We didn't have labor. We couldn't find it anywhere. And so we signed up and we became part of the H-2A program. But since then, fast forward 7 or 8 years, the cost has gone up 30 or 40%. And as I explained to her, in 2024, we did some numbers, we crunched some numbers at our family farm, and each dollar that's added to the AWR, which is the H-2A wage, it's $1 million expense just in labor costs to our farm, just instantly taken off the bottom line of our farm. The H-2A, I started out saying that likely saved our farm, but now that could possibly spell the demise of our farm due to escalating wages.
Yeah. Mr. Talley, I look forward to offline having more conversations with you on that, because it is
Thank you.
a high priority. Now recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, the ranking member, for 5 minutes.
I'm going to talk fast before we get to Snowmageddon here in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for your testimony, just illustrating how important it is that we get to a farm bill here in this session of Congress. I want to talk about that, but for a minute, I want to talk about the threat of tariffs. I would think that many of you, as well as other farmers, would right now be trying to lock in your import-dependent input costs ahead of time in case those tariffs come into effect a month from now. That urgent demand in and of itself could cause input prices to rise even before the tariffs come into place. At the Senate hearing last week, we heard that suppliers of fertilizer and other goods are not only increasing their prices now for things farmers need, but also limiting sales for delivery of products past specific dates because of the threat of tariffs. Can I ask the farmers on the panel just to raise your hand? How many of you are taking such steps to try to avoid costs later? Is there anybody, are you hearing from other farmers who are doing the same? Mr. Weinzierl, you're shaking your head, so if you want to go ahead and tell me a little bit more about what's happening out there, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman Craig. So in our case, being where we are in Illinois, a lot of the fertilizer has gone down already this fall, or this past fall. There will be some applied this spring, especially in southern Illinois. Particularly concerned with potassium imports from our neighbors to our north. We import about 90% of our potassium fertilizer, which is one of the 3 macronutrients that row crops need. I think there's a lot of concern this summer. Hopefully, some of the uncertainty around trade we work through by the time ag retailers begin stocking up for this fall and we begin locking in contracts for this coming season.
Thank you so much. Let me just turn to, I guess, the question of the conservation title and some of the money that we put into the Inflation Reduction Act for great programs like EQIP that farmers have access to. We're hearing now, and it's not often they get so many farmers on the front page of the Washington Post or other newspapers across the country, but we're hearing now, obviously, that some of the freezes that are going into effect with the new administration have to do with stopping REAP funding, stopping funding for good programs like EQIP, at least putting a pause on them. I'd just like to ask the farmers here, if you sign a contract with USDA, do you expect USDA to honor that contract? Ms. Schwertner?
Yes, we do. Yes, we're currently, I'm aware of the article that you're referencing, and I've seen that. It is certainly concerning. And for myself as a producer, we are in the middle of EQIP contracts where we have $100,000 of outstanding funds with projects. However, we've never not been paid, and I'm confident that President Trump, he's said that he would take care of farmers and ranchers, and he's held true to that promise in the past, and I'm certain that we will get paid regardless of the current freeze that might be in place. But given the currently tight margins, it's urgent that we figure out a path forward soon.
That's great. I'm looking forward to Secretary Rollins being confirmed, so we can all have that conversation. Anyone else have any outstanding frozen funds or know of folks who have?
Not specifically to that, but I would like to address the AGI limitations. And the specialty crops were unique, where we have extremely high value crops, and so a lot of us can't meet that criteria. And so the 75% of income derived from agriculture, that fits much more into the specialty crop industry, and then we're able to take advantage of these programs.
Thank you for that. Mr. Weinzierl, I'll just end. You mentioned about food deserts. You mentioned about the need for a strong supplemental nutrition program here in the Congress. Would you say a little bit more about how the SNAP program impacts both your community and also your farm income?
Well, I can definitely respond about the need of food deserts. I'm not as familiar with the SNAP program, but my wife and her 4-H club just had her food pantry this past weekend, and they served about 25 families which would equate with 70 individuals in a small town of 700, a population of 700. So she has seen numbers go up.
Thank you so much. I just got gavelled on my first set of questions, so I'll yield back to the chairman.
I'm going to gavel 5 minutes. I think everybody's going to get gavelled.
You gavelled yourself, Mr. Chairman.
You betcha. Now I recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for testifying here today. We'll spend a lot of time in this room talking about the negative effects of rising input costs on farmers, and our witnesses today represent different commodity groups, different regions of the country. But each witness listed rises input costs as a significant problem in their testimonies, whether it's labor, fuels, equipment, land rent. Farmers everywhere are feeling those strains. So I want to begin today by examining the real-world impact of these costs on producers. Ms. Schwertner, can you share with the committee the specific input costs that are affecting your family farm? And while you're thinking about that, what sacrifices, if any, you have to make to keep your farm operational?
Certainly. Thank you for the question. For perspective, in 2022, we were selling cotton for roughly $1.20. And input costs reflected that increase in commodity prices, and since 2022, those commodity prices have been cut in half, as I referenced in my testimony. Just a few weeks ago, we got quoted 58 cents. Input prices have not come down in the same manner. They've maybe come down roughly 20%, but they're certainly still high. And over the course of years and years, they've increased 300%, 600%. So machinery costs, seed costs is a huge one for us. Those are all up, and commodity prices and the farm safety net don't recognize or they don't reflect current market conditions. And so at the risk of accommodating those rising input costs, we're looking at ways that we can cut back in our operation. And generally, sustainability is important for us. Conservation practices are important for us. But in no-till situations, we rely on chemical products to suppress weeds in our field, as an example. And so we're looking at ways to reduce that input cost, and chemical is sometimes one of the things that we'll reduce, and at the risk of that, we're going in and we're doing tillage instead of the no-till situation, which then contradicts the conservation practices that we've tried so hard to implement.
And I assume it also means you're restricting your capital investment programs. No new tractors, no
Correct.
new barns.
Yeah, it's hard to invest.
It affects the family lifestyle. Maybe no vacation this summer. Got to stay home. Those challenges we all face. And by the way, would anyone else on the panel wish to address that question, since you are different regions, different commodity groups?
So in our case, Congressman, in central Illinois, we're pretty much in a corn-soybean rotation. So our cost to put a crop in is probably around $700 variable cost, $300 be fixed cost. And so fertilizer is about $300 on an acre of corn, so about 40-some% is our cost. Beans is less, 15%. Nitrogen is the bulk of that $300. What I see happening the last several years is we're able to build phosphorus and potassium levels in the soil. And so we have a little bit of a soil bank there that we can use, and so we can back off the rates of those two types of fertilizers. However, once you pull that nutrient out, you want to put it back in. And anybody that saves money, it's a lot easier to spend money than it is to save it back in the soil. So it's difficult, and we'll need good times to rebuild those soil fertility rates.
Mr. Talley?
We've experienced that specifically to the fertilizer or carton cost or fuel in the years 2022 and 2023 went up anywhere from 35 to 55%. And the mystery with those numbers is they really haven't gone down. So they go up awfully quick, and even though things have settled down and inflation supposedly at bay, we haven't seen a decrease, and so we continue to pay elevated input costs. And in the years that I've been farming, which is 30-plus years, I've never seen basically across the board all of our input expenses go up by a minimum of 35%. Like, I think our highest was around 60%.
Dr. Newton, in my remaining moments, do you ever see prices ever go down in your studies or in your life? It's a fair question when you're buying a tractor.
You know, I think when you look across the farm economy, you know, you see, again, machinery prices are up, land prices are up, labor prices are up. Every single input category is up across the board. And I think we have seen some land values come down a little bit because of where we are in the farm economy. But I think we've entered a new level of where farm input costs are going to be from here on out.
As I've told the chairman before, one of my great observations driving back and forth in the airport coming to D.C. from the farm is watching how much equipment's on the equipment dealers' lots. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, the ranking member, for this hearing that's very timely today, because farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women across the country are hurting as a result of input costs that has been testified here already, inflation, and other factors. And as a third-generation farmer, I like to say here in this committee, almost at every hearing, that it's important that we remember that food is a national security issue. It is a national security issue. It's an international security issue, as we see most recently with the proposed cuts from USAID, which is an important part of America's smart foreign policy. That's another issue, but I want to focus, Mr. Talleyrand, on Mr. Talley, excuse me, with you, because you represent California in the specialty crop industry. I'm a third-generation farmer, and frankly, the $59 billion last year that was at the farm gate in California, obviously the largest agricultural state in the nation, we're very proud of. Your testimony, I think, reflected a number of the challenges. You have a very good representative, and Congressman Carbajal, we hope he will some point be a member of this committee sooner than later. Having said that, I'm not a big fan, generally speaking, of tariffs. California farmers, as we know, are concerned about a whole host of issues, but among the highest on the priority list is obviously water, reliable supply of water, reliable supply of labor, and a fair and level playing field. And I think the potential for tariffs with Canada and Mexico is very problematic, not to mention other markets. Mr. Talley, what's your concern with regards to the general effect of, with our nearest neighbors? I mean, Canada is the largest purchaser of California wines. Mexico is a large market of California milk. The potential impacts if we have a full-out tariff war to California agriculture.
Obviously, thank you very much for that question. In the specialty crop industry, we deal with a highly perishable commodities. Some aren't so much, but I would say the vast majority are, from maybe a shelf life of around 10 days. And so getting into a tariff and trade war could possibly decimate our agricultural community, specifically in California with fresh
When we
fruits.
saw the impacts, the last efforts to use trade as leverage, tariffs as leverage, every country has that leverage, by the way. And that's why I generally don't think that trade wars amount to the intent of the goal, ultimately, of providing that level playing field that we seek, right?
Correct.
And so let's go on, because we know in the last time we went down that road, the Commodity Credit Corporation really ended up providing a subsidy, a floor for a lot of ag production, especially in the Midwest. Specialty crops, though, that did not benefit from that. Is that correct?
Once again, the AGI seems to always be the issue for us, and that's why that 75% of income derived from farming income is imperative.
Well, and also when you look at, and you noted and others did in their testimony, the cost of crop insurance. And of course, we haven't set the production cost since 2010. We hope to rectify that in the Farm Bill. And by the way, I hope there is bipartisan support on the reauthorization of the Farm Bill. We all need it throughout the Farm Belt. Would you not agree?
Yes.
So how do we make the crop insurance effort more user-friendly to the specialty crop industry, which, by the way, is not just California, but spread around the country?
Absolutely, in all 50 states. Like I said, the specialty crop industry is so unique, specifically in its insurance needs. Right now, we're not really able to utilize that, in my mind, to its fullest, because we do need to revamp that. And the specialty crop industry would be more than happy to sit down and discuss this with a USDA. And unfortunately, I don't think we have time right now to go through it item by item, but it is something that we feel that can be utilized as a safety net, not only for us personally, we use it in our lemons and avocados.
Mr. Talley, I couldn't agree with you more, and as a third-generation farmer, I think we need to do a better job in educating. Specialty crops, after all, are the food that we all love to eat, right?
Correct.
Fruits and vegetables and the protein, we say they're special, but they're the common food that Americans have on their dinner table every night,
Correct.
that farm workers and farmers do to make it happen.
Yep.
Thank you. My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. More to be continued.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the full committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we too want to get a broad bipartisan farm bill done. I'll tell you, I do think that we have to put the farm back in the farm bill, and I think that production agriculture should receive more than 10% of total farm bill spending. And I think until we get to that point, just rural America's economy is going to continue to suffer until we have adequate support. That said, on just over a year ago, Secretary Vilsack testified before this committee, claiming that the previous 3 years of net cash income were the best 3 years in 50 years. And I'm quoting him there, the best years for net cash income ever. He simply glossed over the 2023 number at the time, which we already had. Now we have 24, and we have estimates for 25. So, Dr. Newton, the USDA's latest farm income report shows a sharp increase in net farm income for 2025. Are you familiar with this report?
Yes, sir.
It's largely driven by economic and disaster assistance. It's where the increase in income comes from. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you follow the numbers, $42.4 billion, or 23.6% of net farm income, is expected to come from disaster or assistance payments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, for America, the reason that number is so high, and this is what I'm so concerned about, and I'll just read this from a Farm Bureau report. The anticipated increase in ARC and PLC payments is primarily due to projected declines in commodity prices. For example, USDA projects the 2025 marketing year average price for corn to be $3.90 per bushel, which is below the effective reference price of $4.26 a bushel, and it goes on to name some other commodities in there as well. So we've got tough years ahead of us, We had a tough year in '24. We had a tough year in '23. Can you just speak to what you think we would have seen if Congress had not acted to provide the economic and natural disaster assistance to farmers the last month of 2024?
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, we've seen tight margins now in farm country for 3 straight years in a row, and the ad hoc support that you mentioned, unfortunately, is not going to make anyone whole. Even with that support, even with the support from ARC and PLC, we're still looking at farms that it's going to be a tough time to break even. So I think this is helpful assistance, as we've heard from the committee, but we need a new 5-year farm bill. We need a modernized farm bill so that farmers have the tools they need in the toolbox to manage risk in today's farm economy. And I've said all the time when I travel the country, our farm safety net is broken. It does not work the way it needs to work, and that's why we've had to rely so heavily on ad hoc support. By my estimates, over the last 6 years, we've had about $130 billion in ad hoc support that's gone out the door. ARC and PLC, those programs that you mentioned, have come in at about $20 billion. So we're at 6-to-1 ratio between ad hoc support and the support we get from farm bill programs. That's why the safety net needs to get modernized. I appreciate the question.
The reference prices no longer reflect the cost of production for America's
Absolutely not.
farmers. And I will tell you, I'm concerned that they're moving so fast that I truly think after this farm bill, we probably need to get to a 3-year cycle, not a 5-year cycle on the farm bill because of the speed at which things are changing. Dr. Newton, I'll just stick with you since I'm down to 1 second. I'm from South Georgia. Can you just talk about what a downturn in the overall ag economy means for all of the businesses and rural America in general?
I mean, I think, we've heard it from the witnesses. The farm economy supports the rural economy. It supports rural Main Street. When farmers are not making money, there's not turnback dollars that go back into the economy. You lose jobs, you lose schools, you lose, health care. So the farm economy is the backbone of the rural economy.
I only have about 20 seconds left, Mr. Chairman, but in most of the counties that I represent, the farmers are the ones that are paying the taxes that support the local government, the school system, police departments. If the local farmers can't make their ends meet, then nobody else is making their ends meet either in rural America. So we too want to get a good farm bill done, but it's got to be more than 10% for production ag.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you,
for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman. My farmers tell me that uncertainty complicates and frustrates their livelihoods, and we're living in a time of great uncertainty. And just for the record, I don't think we can pretend like the last 3 weeks haven't even happened. We can't ignore what this administration is saying and doing. Mr. Chairman, the state of the rural economy in this country is declining by the minute because Donald Trump has decided to let Elon Musk put billionaires first and America last. I mean, come on. Tariffs against our closest allies and ag trading partners, gutting science programs while bird flu rips through poultry and livestock, freezing money that has been promised to farmers for ongoing projects. Do my colleagues really think these are good for rural America? Trying to illegally purge the career staff at USDA, who we all know try to help rural communities. Demagoguing programs that provide a legal immigrant workforce for our farmers. Destroying global food aid programs that our farmers rely on every day to sell what they grow and produce. These things are not America first. These are policies of people who do not care about rural America at all. So let me just say this as clearly as I can, Mr. Chairman. The rural economy of this country is in big trouble unless things change. Now let me make this as simple as I can for people. USAID purchases $2 billion, that's billion with a B, worth of U.S. commodities every year. Grown by who? Grown by American farmers. That's soybeans, rice, wheat, sorghum, the vast majority of which are grown not in my district, but in your districts, in red states, in many of your districts. And then some weirdo named Elon, who's probably never set foot on a farm in his life, just decided to end it all, to eliminate entire markets for our commodity growers while prices are already low. and spare me the rebuttal of, quote, food aid was exempted from Elon's shutdown. That's BS. We are hearing from people on the front lines that is BS. Even the USAID Office of the Inspector General just said yesterday, and I quote, "Uncertainty about the scope of foreign assistance waivers and permissible communications with implementers has degraded USAID's ability to distribute and safeguard taxpayer-funded humanitarian assistance," end quote. So more than 475,000 metric tons of American food commodities valued at $450 million that were scheduled or in transit are now at risk of being wasted. And more than 29,000 metric tons of food commodities valued at $39 million are sitting on the floor of USAID warehouses in Houston. And I'm hearing reports that the so-called waiver of food aid is not helpful because these waivers are impossible to obtain. The freeze is already having dramatic consequences on rural communities. Companies that buy massive amounts of soy and peanuts to treat childhood malnutrition are shutting down. And these shutdowns are going to hit rural America like a ton of bricks. So I'm just saying to my Republican colleagues, is this what America First means to you? Sticking it to your own farmers by ripping the rug out from under them? Great job. I'm sure you'll go on TV talking about how great Trump is while he totally screws over the people we represent. So with that, I have a question for Mr. Weinzierl that I hope you can answer quickly. A simple yes or no is fine. If USAID is successfully dismantled and stops buying commodities for global food aid at over $2 billion, would that have a ripple effect on the farm economy, and do you think it would create uncertainty for our farmers?
I am not an expert in this area. There are a couple programs in USAID that I do see of value, which you've mentioned. One, the commodities, soy, and there's actually a corn-soy mix. I don't know if the amount there would be effective of the price,
Right.
but I think that's important.
Right, but I mean, common sense tells you if, $2 billion is taken off the table, which is used to purchase farm commodities, who makes up that market? Let me just say one other thing, Mr. Chairman. We have 47 million people who are hungry in this country. And I had hoped that America First meant that we're going to try to feed them. And I guess I was wrong, because I hear that the Republican leadership is still pursuing $150 billion in cuts to SNAP to give more handouts to billionaires. And I'd like to point out that some of the poorest counties in the country are in rural America, and among the largest number of eligible SNAP beneficiaries live in rural America. And the majority of them, by the way, they work. And I didn't come to Congress to increase hunger in this country. I came to Congress to end it. And I think I'm out of time, but we can't ignore what is happening in our country as we speak. There are some really bad things, some bad decisions that are being made that we have to speak out against.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about something I've actually worked on for several years, and it may come as a surprise to some of you that you're hearing about this for the first time, but with much of the farm economy in crisis, from natural disasters to economic disasters, I believe we ought to be looking at different options that allow producers to exert more control over their own operations. That's why several Congresses ago, and again in this Congress, I introduced the Farm Risk Abatement and Mitigation Election Act, or FRAME Act. In my bill, FRAME accounts would be like HSA for farmers, in that producers could make tax-deductible contributions up to $50,000 per year to save for a rainy day, such as now, when they could draw from their account and not have to wait on government payments that may or may not come in time. Dr. Newton, just hearing about the idea of a HSA for farmers along this, I'm just throwing this at you. You might have heard about this before. You think this is beneficial to farmers across the country?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Crawford. And I recall fondly the time that we spent with the Arkansas Ag Council when I was with Senator Bozeman's office. So it's nice to see you again. This is a topic that we explored when I was at Farm Bureau many, many years ago. And I think the challenge that we face with this is farmers have to have money before they can put it in an HSA type account. And where we are with the farm economy today, the downturn that we're in, there's not a lot of money to put into that type of account. But there is value to that concept that you can tuck away some money during good times to help offset the downturns in the farm economy that we face.
Well, and to your point, look, a disaster in certain parts of my district may never be declared, but it's no less a disaster for those farmers. Could be that maybe another farmer sprayed something off-label, did damage to their crops, and they've got to have some support for that. That's the kind of at the micro level. I mean, it's not just a macro type approach to this, but you know, and you said, well, we've got to have funding to be able to fund those accounts. I get it. But every farmer that I've talked to in my district about this has, without exception, has said, yeah, where do I sign? The other upside to this is that banks actually get to administer these accounts. And so that's putting money in banks and so on. But to your point, I get it. The current state of the farm economy, this isn't a situation that everybody's going to be rushing out saying, yeah, let me put $50,000 into my frame account. Had we had the foresight 10 years ago to do this, now those frame accounts would probably be beneficial. So it's always the situation where we're fixing the roof while it's raining. And I think we need to take that into consideration, that, yeah, we're not going to fund these accounts today, but we should see this as an opportunity to recognize that this won't be the last time this ever happens. And so we should be thinking long-term about what we do to empower farmers to help control their own destiny as it applies to their ability to mitigate a potential disaster while they're waiting for either a crop insurance adjustment or a disaster declaration and the associated funding. So I hope that you'll consider that and lend your support to the effort, although it's too little too late today, but I'm worried about the next one. And it's not if, but when and how bad. And most people in agriculture will tell you that, as you well know. And I'm concerned that we're going to lose an awful lot of farmers in Arkansas's 1st congressional district in this cycle, and maybe this could have helped prevent that, and maybe it can help prevent the next round as it applies to that. So I appreciate y'all being here today. I won't belabor the point, but just to say that we need to get past the the standard reactionary posture and start thinking a little more proactively about what we do for the next one. Appreciate it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig, and thank you to our panelists today. Your comments have been very insightful. I'm glad that all of us on this committee agreed that we are living through very uncertain times, from reckless tariff threats and sudden USDA funding freezes that disrupt vital farm programs to looming cuts to critical nutrition benefits. The current administration is keeping the entire food and farm supply chain in a constant state of uncertainty. From farm gate to the dinner plate, these policies are destabilizing the very systems that farmers, families, and communities rely on. And we have seen this story before. 4 years ago, Trump's tariffs and trade battles, particularly with China, left many U.S. farmers struggling to sell their crops, leading to record-high farm bankruptcies and closures. While bailout payments were issued to offset some of the damage, they failed to provide a sustainable solution or address long-term losses in market share. This is why passing a farm bill is so important. Last Congress, I was ranking member of the General Farm Commodities, Risk Management and Credit Subcommittee, and the number one thing I heard from farmers was the desire for a strong upfront investment in our Farm Bill risk management and market access programs. And let me be clear, investing in agriculture doesn't just mean pouring resources into the largest, most traditional commodities. It means ensuring stability and opportunity for all farmers, including small-scale producers, specialty crop growers, urban farmers, and those using innovative, non-traditional methods. A strong farm economy requires certainty for every farmer, not just the biggest players. Mr. Talley, you are a specialty crop grower, and it is my understanding that specialty crops do not qualify for Title I programs and that most specialty crops don't have access to crop insurance today. So I'd like to get a better understanding of what improving the safety net would mean for growers like you. What are some of the changes that should be made to crop insurance programs to encourage access, improve coverage, and ultimately make the industry more resilient?
Thank you. Yes, and I alluded to that answer a little bit before with Congressman Costa, where it's a situation that specialty crops are so diverse and our needs are so unique that we need to revamp the insurance program, the crop insurance program. And we are willing to sit down with the USDA and go over some of the improvements that may need to occur. I know, like I stated, we currently have crop insurance on our lemons and avocados, and that seems to work in that regard. But when you talk kind of across the U.S. with specialty crop growers, right now the system is a little clunky and it's difficult to use, and there's a lot of uncertainty as to limits and that sort of thing. And I just think going in, revamping, clarifying, and perhaps explaining things a little bit better would make it more user-friendly and allow people to be part of this safety net, which is invaluable.
Thank you. I also want to make a point that when we talk about the uncertainty of the farm economy, we often talk about it in a global sense. But the reality is, this instability doesn't just impact farmers, it affects every American consumer, especially those who rely on programs like SNAP to put food on the table. When grocery prices at the store are driven up, it makes it harder for working families, like the almost 1 in 4 SNAP households in my district, to afford fresh, nutritious food. Mr. Weinzierl, how does economic uncertainty in the farm sector, whether from volatile input costs, supply chain disruptions, or policy changes, directly impact food prices and access for low-income consumers, particularly relying on SNAP?
So again, I'm not a SNAP expert, but anytime you have uncertainty, you have much more volatility on prices, commodities, and the food products that are made from those commodities. So yes, that uncertainty a lot of times will drive higher prices.
Dr. Newton, perhaps you can add something to that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you look at what's driving the inflation in grocery prices, I mean, a lot of it's, labor is a big cost of grocery prices. Obviously, we're dealing with a historic outbreak of avian influenza that's driving egg prices higher. So absolutely, inflation in food prices, impacts the ability for Americans to purchase food.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to write a farm bill that offers farmers and families the certainty they need to keep our food supply chain strong and resilient. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question of food aid and USAID came up a few minutes ago. I just want to say it's always been my position that food aid should be under USDA, not USAID. So that's all I'm going to say about that for right now. Dr. Newton, your testimony references a 28% decline in net cash farm income for hog producers since 2022. Can you speak to the impact of California's Prop 12 and what effect that has had in that regard?
Certainly, and I believe that USDA's Office of the Chief Economist has published an excellent report on the impact of Prop 12, but it's certainly driven up, and we just talked about the impact of grocery prices for Americans. It's driven up pork product prices in California, but when you talk about the decline in hog farm income, it's been one of the toughest times for hog producers in this country. They're slightly recovering now, but over the last few years, it's been pretty devastating.
So in the South, switching gears slightly, in the Southeast in particular, with specialty crops, labor-intensive crops, what percentage of input cost is labor?
I can't speak to the exact percentage of what input costs are. Maybe Mr. Talley can, but I can tell you that labor costs have increased probably about 50 or 60% since the last time we did a farm bill.
Mr. Talley?
Yes, and labor costs anywhere from 46 to 50% of the expenses related to growing specialty crops.
Mr. Weinzierl, last Congress you opposed this committee's farm bill from the position that it advantaged Southern producers over others. Is that an accurate portrayal?
I think what we were hoping for is some improvement in Title I. As I look at the projections of the bill, we've lost about $200 per acre, a corn bean acre. Corn's around 288 over the last 3 years. Beans are around 140 some. And the changes that were being talked about would have been probably around $20 an acre in change, and we were just trying to look for ways to better improve the program, and especially we're focused on Title 11.
So, you know, many of my producers in North Carolina are unable to access low premium crop insurance coverage and, you know, have very different risks associated with growing their crops. And of course, the Farm Safety Net and farm programs protect their ability to feed and clothe the world. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, what percent of the corn market is due directly to the RFS? 40%?
So, from a net standpoint, 27%, but 40% of the corn goes into ethanol, and then DDGS is sold not only in the U.S. as a co-product, but also throughout the world. I would say the ethanol market, we believe, is in decline right now, and that's one reason why we are advocating for another generation of biofuels policy around a high-octane fuel standard.
What would the industry look like without the RFS?
I think the industry, you know, demand from a corn bean standpoint is everything. I believe that when the RFS passed, it not only impacted corn, soybean farmers, really affected all row crops just because of the demand for acres around biofuels. So anything we can do that will turn that around from a corn standpoint will actually help, we believe, all row crops.
Dr. Newton, what if you did not have the RFS, what would the price of corn be today? Just general estimate, if you can.
You know, that's probably tough to calculate on the fly. I'd be happy to get back and answer that question. But you're exactly, I mean, when you chew up 30% of the corn crop as a demand point, it certainly helps to support the prices.
Yeah. Well, the broader point here, and I'll just give an example. My integrators, they don't like ethanol at all. They utilize corn and other crops, obviously for feed. And the broader point I want to make is there's not enough of us to be opposed to each other. We've all got to pull together. We've got to get a farm bill done, get it done this year, and we all need to be united in that effort in its totality. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to Chair Thompson and Ranking Member Craig, and thank you to all of our witnesses today. I think a lot of folks in this room know that Oregon farmers produce over 220 recognized commodities. We're home to diversified nurseries, berries of all kinds, and grapes and hops that make some of the country's finest wine and beer. We even produce about 99% of America's hazelnuts, so clearly specialty crops are foundational to Oregon's agricultural economy. My district is home, as I just mentioned, to some of the finest wine grapes in the world, and Canada is by far the biggest export market for Oregon. In the wake of President Trump's tariff announcement, Canadian leaders took a variety of retaliatory actions immediately, starting on last Monday, including pulling American alcohol beverages like Oregon wine off of shelves across their country. And wineries in my district immediately heard that pre-scheduled orders were being canceled, that their products would no longer be prioritized, and that their Canadian partners could no longer trust that they could rely on a stable trade partnership with U.S. exporters. Whether the impacts are on end products like wines or commodities themselves, a trade war with Canada and our other largest trading partners would have severe consequences for U.S. producers and clearly for those of us in Oregon. So for Mr. Talley and Mr. Newton specifically, how badly would retaliatory tariffs from our trading partners harm farmers' bottom lines? And then further, how difficult is it to regain access to a market following a trade war if another competitor has already stepped in and entered that marketplace to meet that demand?
No, I'll tell you, it's difficult to determine basically what would happen if tariffs and then retaliatory and when we go back and forth. But as I had stated before, it is a concern because retaliatory tariffs typically affect especially the crop industry. And unfortunately, we don't have the shelf life, we don't have the legs to withstand something like that. And so I recall last time, USDA came up with some funding to help farmers, specialty crops, for instance, and that's something that we may be looking to the USDA to implement if need be. But it is a concern, and there's no doubt about that, and it is something that we are watching closely.
Thank you. Mr. Newton, would you like to respond?
I agree entirely.
Okay, thank you. So one last question before my time expires. We've heard a lot this morning about labor costs, and I'm hearing it from my growers as well. What would happen, and I recognize that we don't have a lot of jurisdiction with labor here in this committee, but what would happen if 11 million undocumented workers across the nation were removed, as President Trump has alluded to? What would happen to the cost of labor in agriculture in the United States? Mr. Newton?
I mean, with 42% of crop farm workers undocumented, I think it would be very disruptive to the ag sector if they were to all of a sudden be removed. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. And I think that's where, our perspective in the analysis is just evaluating these things as they occur, and that hasn't happened yet.
Would anyone else like to respond?
I agree with Mr. Newton, and also that really emphasizes the portion of the Farm Bill that specialty crop really relies on, and that's the mechanization and automation of our crops and the labor and labor saving, any sort of labor saving device that we can create, not necessarily replacing labor, because we're not going to replace them altogether, because there is no silver bullet, but to make consistent improvements through mechanization to help save our labor force. It's imperative. California spent over $16 billion last year in labor. 2/3 of that was just in harvesting. Harvesting is one of the most difficult factors in row crops, specifically specialty crops, and it's a concern that obviously impacts agriculture tremendously.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. And over the last few years, American farmers have faced a number of challenges. We've seen end-cost rise, inflation double, and crops prices drop. A few of you have noticed and noted that in your testimony that this job isn't really cheap. There's a lot of investment that goes on into this career, and our new and beginning farmers often rely heavily on loans. However, access to credit loan limits can be a roadblock to these farmers. By expanding the FSA loan limits, we can provide new and beginning farmers with the ability of, one, get into agriculture, and two, remain competitive in the market. I was happy to see the provisions included in the 2024 Farm Bill and was proud to support it. Dr. Newton, can you speak to the importance of expanding and streamlining credit programs for producers who struggle with access to credit?
It's the next generation to come to the farm. I mean, anything to make farming easier, access to credit, improve risk management tools, the list is long to help those coming back to the farm.
And as we think about the farm economy, the impact on farm income, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that an issue from California called Prop 12. While primary impact on this is in the hog industry, it's reaching implications for ag economy over the whole situation in our ag economy. Mr. Weinzierl, in May of last year, 900 ag organizations, including the Illinois Corn Growers, committed to support the preemption of Prop 12 to be included in the House Farm Bill. As you know, Prop 12 threatens to consolidate the pork industry and raise prices for consumers. Why would the corn growers be concerned about this?
Thank you, Congressman. Of course, I mentioned that livestock is a very important market for us. They're actually our largest market. The pork industry is, Illinois produces number 4 in pork production, and we already heard on the impact of what Prop 12 could do. So anything that helps our livestock customers is very important to us.
So those are the questions that I had written out before. Now we're going to go into something else. Let me ask something of each one of you. Now let me get this right. I know, Rodney, you are, and Ms. Schwertner, I'm going to say it correctly. Schwertner. You are actually farming yourself. The other two, you are farming yourself, both of you?
Yes,
Okay.
I am farming.
Doctor? Okay. Then I'll ask the three of you. Have you felt secure in the last 4 years in the ag industry?
No.
I would say in California, since 2017 to 2022, we've lost over 7,000 farms, and that amounts to about 300,000 acres that have gone fallow. That pretty much answers my question.
From a financial standpoint, as we look at the three demand sectors in corn, none of those sectors are very healthy. If there is one bright spot, however small, it would be ethanol exports, actually to Canada is our largest customer.
Right. Still from the USMCA deal that was done during the last Trump administration. You know, I have watched my colleagues on the other side of the aisle over this morning, many of them try to bring up the fact that they're concerned over the last 3 weeks. Now, you just heard they've been concerned over the last 4 years. Now, if we really want to talk about the problems that exist in agriculture, it's not based on these last 3 weeks. It's based on the fact that, one, we need to get a farm bill passed, there's no doubt, and give you that security. But the reality of ag is that what we've been doing for years, and a lot of our trade has basically hurt our farmers. And our worst case scenario, if you really study this issue, has been China, who actually plays games with the industry, offers a price on beans, says they're going to take it for that amount, and then comes back and overloads the market where their prices drop, where many farmers are broke. So obviously, our trade deals have not been really, really, really good. Hey, I came from a background in ag business, and I came from a background also in politics that I was opposed to trade arguments. But the reality is we've been failing. And if we're willing to step forward, and if you're just going to complain about the last 3 weeks, we've got a lot to look at. I would hope that this committee would back away from the partisanship and actually come together, pass this farm bill, and realize that trade, we should hold accountable those countries we're dealing with and get our trade deals right and hold their feet to the fire. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Podzinski, for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. I have prepared remarks, but I do want to just pick up on my colleague, Mr. Bost, in talking about trade, and just ask a quick question of the panelists before I talk a little bit about my district. President Trump has proposed 10% tariffs on Canada, specifically on energy imports. And I know potash, I hear a lot about input prices, and he's paused that for 30 days. But I would like to ask each of the panelists, if that ended up being imposed, this 10% tariff on Canada for energy imports, would that help create more certainty and help our farmers, yes or no? And I'd like to go starting with Dr. Newton and answer a yes or no question to that. Answer.
No.
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 Okay, thank you. To all of our witnesses, I want to say thank you for being here today. Illinois' 13th Congressional District is the home to some of the most fertile soil in the world, and it is home to over 900,000 acres of corn and soybeans alone. The thing I hear most from the hardworking farmers in my district is that in order to manage their operations during these hard economic times, what they really need is a strong safety net. Many of my farmers enroll in Title I programs like ARC and PLC, but it's not a reliable form of risk management for them. Farmers in Illinois' 13th rely on crop insurance as their primary risk management tool, but there are serious concerns about whether or not the federal crop insurance program is serving my farmers as well as it can be. In fact, from 2018 to 2022, Illinois farmers paid over $500 million more into the program than they received from it, meaning they are negative net beneficiaries of the program. In a time of rising uncertainty for farmers, with tariffs being levied, tariffs being threatened, grant rescissions, and other extreme power grabs by the administration, we need these programs to work now more than ever, especially since prices are low and costs are high. I want to focus on how we can curb the uncertainty through the farm safety net. Mr. Weinzierl, based on your testimony, I understand that crop insurance is your primary risk management tool. For your operation, is crop insurance functioning at the 1.0 level?
No, it is not.
Do you believe that crop insurance is a sustainable investment for your operation?
I believe with changes that I think are needed, it is a very important part for our operation and also for many of the producers throughout Illinois.
And my final question, Mr. Weinzierl, is regarding the economic assistance that was passed by Congress at the end of last year. With significant bipartisan support, these payments are being made on planted acres. Crop insurance operates on planted acres, as you know. But Title I payments pay out on base acres, leading to the potential for payments on acres for commodities not even grown. Do you believe that payments on planted acres is a more thoughtful approach to commodity assistance?
So I think we had some apprehension relative to that program, but on reflection, planted acres really aligns well with addressing the input costs that are affecting us on the crops that we're growing right now. And with the payment structure being moved up, the payment is going to hit when it needs to hit, not a year after our marketing year. So I think it's worth the committee considering trying to figure out how to reset, align Title I to be more responsive.
Okay. And my last question is, do Title I payments sustain your operations?
We, over time, have received very little Title I. We probably won't get anything in '24, possibly in '25 there might be a Title I payment, but it is not in our budgets from a cash flow standpoint, and our lender wouldn't expect it or would not want it to be in our cash flow statements.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to pick up, Mr. Weinzierl, where my colleague, Ms. Budzinski, left off. Illinois has a lot of planted acres that are not eligible for the Title I program she was talking about, but Illinois is certainly not alone on that front. I think y'all are in the top 5, but there are a lot of states similarly situated. So kind of peel back some of the onion, give the members of the committee some sense of why is it a problem when you have this discrepancy between how Title I covers the countryside in Illinois, and it's not connected to recent history of planted acres.
So original acres used for Title I was from 1980 to 1983. So my dad was farming, I was helping with that. There's been a couple opportunities to update those acres. We actually updated ours back in 2014 to reflect our recently planted acres of both corn and soybeans. But in some cases, my daughter, she's going to have to live with what my decision was in 2014. There's many farms that are living with the decisions made by their grandparents. So I think looking at the very important ad hoc that you guys helped support and move last fall, using recently planted acres really helps the producers deal with the cost that they're getting involved with and dealing with because it's currently what they're dealing with from a cost standpoint on the crops they're growing.
And I know you're an expert on growing stuff in Illinois and not necessarily growing stuff in South Dakota, but I mean, clearly the Corn Belt has pushed pretty substantially west in the years since, your father would have made those selections. Is this an issue that is exacerbated as you move closer to the middle of the country?
So From our region, we've probably, well, it's actually affected us on our crop insurance ratings. We've probably lost about 2 million acres to beans, which, if you're familiar with a corn-bean rotation, there's tremendous synergy in the two crops alternating every year from an agronomic standpoint, from a yield standpoint. And so, again, those bases don't reflect that update.
Yeah, and I would only observe that, again, we have seen quite a transformation in the middle of the country as corn and beans, that kind of rotation, has purchased acres. The Missouri River cuts South Dakota in the middle. Used to be you just would never imagine having large corn or bean fields in that middle part of the state, and now you really do. And so similar to the kind of problem you have in Illinois and South Dakota, you have an even bigger problem in that you have selections, elections, data, decisions made by somebody's dad or grandpa that have no real connection to the decisions they're making today about what to grow. And it does mean that Title I is really out of alignment with what we need. Now, you'd mentioned you had some apprehension at the beginning of the policy formation process. I think you said those concerns have been alleviated. Did I hear that right?
Yes, and my concerns relate to, in a downturn, it's very, when farmers don't have money, they can't pay for the input costs, and input costs tend to be very sticky, and it takes a downturn to force those input costs down. And our apprehension is if absentee landlords, who a lot of times live in metropolitan areas, see that money's flowing back, they're not as quick to lower the cash rent payments that they're asking for from their tenants and that. But the need was there, and that kind of overcomes that, but we are going to be carrying higher costs into the next year because that downturn is not pushing input costs down.
Well, there are lots of differences between growing stuff in your neck of the woods, Ms. Budzinski's neck of the woods, and my neck of the woods. Y'all get yields that it's unbelievable. You know, you get it easy. I know it doesn't really seem easy to you, but you get yields sometimes twice what we get. But one serious area of commonality, of agreement, is that we should be using good data to drive policy decisions and Title I coverage. With that, Mr. Chair, I would yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Connecticut farmers have faced prolonged droughts, late season frosts, hailstorms, tornadoes. Even this summer, we had a weather phenomenon called a wet microburst. Unpredictable and damaging experiences that I'm sure the farmers on the panel have likely shared. Fortunately, we got critical disaster relief for farmers in the continuing resolution passed by Congress in December. The CR established the Farm Recovery and Support Block Grant Program to ensure that small and medium-sized farmers, like the ones I represent in my district, farmers who are often overlooked by farm safety net programs, receive some sort of assistance. This program will provide critical resources for states to distribute to producers. The Connecticut Department of Agriculture is working tirelessly to use this program to help as many producers as possible. Mr. Talley, as you know, ad hoc assistance has been provided for specialty crop producers to address the gaps in the Farm Safety Net program. However, because this type of support relies on the prevailing political climate, ad hoc assistance is never guaranteed. Can you talk to the committee a little bit about how this type of ad hoc assistance distribution impacts your operations when determining contracts, input purchases, and other investments? And in your view, should Congress develop an alternative to providing assistance in a more predictable way for producers?
Thank you, Congresswoman. As I had stated before, the assistance is kind of intermittent, and it's not necessarily consistent. And the difficulty that we face in the specialty crop industry is that the AGI limits, a lot of times we're not able to really utilize these programs through the USDA. And so that can be problematic for our industry. And using that 75% income derived from income derived from agriculture is imperative in these programs where we can apply for them and be able to utilize those to the fullest extent.
Thank you. Switching gears a little, the funding freezes that have been proposed in the last month by the current administration are sparking widespread confusion. Yesterday, the Washington Post reported that farmers are missing millions of dollars in funding they were promised by USDA, despite assurances from the Trump administration that funds to individuals would not be impacted during the federal freeze. Mr. Weinzierl, can you describe how USDA factors into the planning for your farm each year? And if USDA were to freeze funds that you expected to receive, how would that impact your current operations?
So we are not using any funds that have been freezed, but we have a lot of neighbors, and just reading media reports of other farmers, I can see where that is very impactful to them, especially with EQIP. There's many different types of practices within EQIP. A lot of farmers in Illinois maybe use it to start cover crops or something like that, where the variable costs are not as high. But in other practices where you've purchased equipment, or perhaps did major dirt work around waterways where you could easily have $100,000 or more dollars, it would be very devastating if that is not followed through.
Thank you. Well, I have heard from farmers in my district who have made necessary improvements so that they could qualify for these types of programs, and they made those investments on the front end with the assurance from USDA that if they brought their farm up to code on many of these different things, whether it was fencing or irrigation or solar panels or whatever, that they would then qualify for these programs. And now to see those funds dry up or be at risk creates a dramatic impact on them. Also, I mean, under that same vein, I've traveled and visited many USAID sites throughout the world. And one thing that stood out for me is those tiny peanut butter packets that address children with malnutrition around the world. Those packets that had the American flag on them and were saving the lives of so many children that were produced by farmers right here in America, in Georgia. I'm sure they are impacted by these cuts. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you all for being here today. I greatly appreciate your insights on the farm economy, and I'm happy to see my fellow Illinoisan and corn grower, Mr. Rod Weinzierl, here today. Mr. Weinzierl, you mentioned in your testimony that you believe premium rates in Illinois for corn are too high. What can we do as Congress to help ensure the Risk Management Agency is able to balance the calls from producers to make insurance cheaper while still maintaining enough premium in the risk pool to help cover losses from catastrophic events like the drought in 2012 that drove the loss ratio for corn in Illinois to over 6?
Thank you, Congressman. So we've made adjustments trying to lower our risk, and you mentioned what I would say was an 80-year drought in 2012. What we noticed on our farm, and we had substantial losses on the corn, is our corn following soybeans, we had no loss. Our continuous corn, we did. So over the 3 years after that, we actually changed our crop rotation, trying to insulate ourselves and lower our risk. Now, whether that will help to the degree of another drought of that magnitude, we won't know, and if it's an 80-year drought, I won't be there. But you know, we look at ways to reduce that. We had a lot of rain back in 2019, and I would have thought a drought would be worse than rain. Well, in this case, it wasn't. Too much water was worse than not enough. And so we began moving towards cover crops because we increased the organic matter in the soil. So we're building more resilient soil to have more water holding capacity. But also the soil, we're noticing, especially at planting, is more resilient and can take water faster because we're having bigger rain events. So we're doing everything we can to mitigate risk and not use the program. All we're asking is if we're making these practices, if we're becoming less risky, somehow reflecting that in the rates that we pay.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Illinois Corn for advocating for the development of livestock, ethanol, and export markets. Very important, and I can say as a farmer myself that having a strong safety net, very important. Strong trade policy, very important, and then also tamping down inflation and our borrowing costs. Another big item on Congress's plate this year will be tax policy and debating the future of various expiring provisions from the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which could have huge impacts on farmers and businesses all over our country. For anyone who wants to jump in, are there any specific provisions that you all are tracking or have opinions on when it comes to tax policy?
I mean, I think seeing extensions to all these provisions, the taxes are certainly, any savings that we have on taxes is something that we can add back into investments on our operation. I would say specifically, expanded tax brackets and the estate tax. Those are two areas in which we're significantly impacted on our operation, particularly the estate tax. When passing our operations from one generation to the next, that is probably one of the single most reasons that operations fail to continue on from one generation to the next. So continuing to see those expanded brackets and the estate tax extended would be great.
I agree. I also agree with you on the importance of an unlimited stepped-up basis for farm and ranch businesses, as well as permanently eliminating the estate tax. And I do want to say that President Trump cares deeply about our farmers, and I think he has always taken care of us, and he will continue to do so. Thank you, and I yield back.
He yields back. Sticking with that Illinois theme, I recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm honored to return to the House Agriculture Committee to represent the farmers, the rural communities, our smaller hometowns that often get overlooked. My focus remains the same. We must move quickly to pass a 5-year bipartisan farm bill that supports fair premiums for our farmers, prioritizes smart farming practices, protects SNAP, opens up new global markets, and expands and boosts our crop insurance. Farming is built on hard work and determination and the ability to plan for our future. But right now, that future is looking more uncertain than it ever has been. As you've heard today, many farmers are finding it difficult to yield their way out of the current economic environment. Instead of driving down the cost of living, this new administration is imposing reckless tariffs that will force the American people to pay the price. And we've seen this playbook before from President Trump. The trade wars that he started in his first term cost American families and businesses billions of dollars. Just last week, I received a call in my office from a farmer named Dave Gillen in rural Monmouth, Illinois. He told me he's deeply disturbed about the future of this industry in his country. He's in his 70s. He knows a lot about farming. He's worried about these tariffs, which will hurt his business. And he said, Eric, I'm still paying for the tariffs of 2017. You got to help me out. Despite owning his land outright, he's making less money today than ever due to the high input costs and our key trading partners like China, Canada, and Mexico being pushed away from America. He experienced firsthand how Trump's tariffs have disrupted markets, and he doesn't want to see it happen again. We've spent decades building relationships and securing markets for our crops, only to see them dismantled by reckless policies. And this isn't just about soybeans and corn or wheat. It's about the future of rural America. When farmers struggle, entire communities suffer. Equipment dealers like John Deere and Deere & Company, which is headquartered in my district. Seed suppliers like Whiffle's Hybrids in Henry County, Illinois, and small businesses in our smaller hometowns. They all suffer. Tariffs don't hit corporate executives. They hit Americans' pockets and negatively impact the men and women who get up earliest in the morning to feed and fuel our country. So we must support our producers and rural communities by passing a modernized, bipartisan farm bill as soon as humanly possible, one that will advance our common sense solutions that will actually lower the costs for people and preserve our competitive edge. So I want to turn to Mr. Weinzierl first. It's good to see you, friend. It's good to see a fellow Illinois farmer. And also, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you, I couldn't find my Illinois corn pen, but the Illinois Soybean Association will have to do. Financial tools like crop insurance, they're integral to helping farmers keep food on the table and endure economic uncertainty. And I've heard from many producers in our district and around the country that this program needs adjustments. So could you discuss a little bit about your experience with crop insurance and what it means for the financial viability of your farm?
Again, thank you, Congressman. Crop insurance is the risk management tool that we rely on. Farmers in your district has a very similar loss ratio as our farm, so a lot of the things that they've been doing, lowering their risk, is also reflecting their rates as well. And so anything we can do to help make those rates more competitive and lower their costs for those policies are very important.
So quite simply, we're really good at producing these crops in our part of the world, and we pay a lot in, but we're not getting a lot out. What do you think needs to be done here in this committee to change that and, forgive the pun, level the playing field?
So again, I think farmers the practices they're adopting is actually lowering their risk, and corn and soybean yields are both going up. One of the negative things, and I'll try and be quick, when we went to a crop rotation, our average production history is based on 10 years of production, so we just doubled that. Now we have to look at building an APH over a 20-year period instead of 10. I'm out of time. But you know, that would be one of the things of trying to re-look at those rules.
Thank you for your diligence. We appreciate you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for hosting the hearing today. You know, I represent the 1st District of Kansas. We raise a lot of wheat, a lot of sorghum, a lot of corn, a lot of soybeans. The word I would use, and as I travel the district and talk to producers when they talk about farm country, the word I would use is 2 words: concerning and worsening. When you really look at conditions, and you know, this is the time of year that our ag producers are figuring out the books from last year, are trying to figure out their operating loans for this coming year. Those that can get financing, which are most of them, certainly we are eating into operating capital, working capital, as we all know. So we need a farm bill, and I think it's important that this committee remembers, and we all remember, why are we even having the conversation about a farm bill? Why aren't these permanent? And the reason they're 5 years, in my view, is 5 years is long enough to provide some certainty, but short enough to adjust and change with the times. And the biggest change between now for production agriculture and 2018 is where input costs are. And you can't dramatically increase input costs and think that the farm safety net doesn't also need to be looked at and adjusted. So my top priority as we think about the farm bill this year, and it's not going to certainly solve all of our producers' problems, but we've got to get a 5-year farm bill, in my view, that strengthens crop insurance, which I would argue is the most effective, cost-effective public-private partnership in history. Man has not devised a better way to deliver a robust, steady, safe food supply than crop insurance. And we need to strengthen it and protect it and make it better. So a question for you, Mr. Newton. Please, if you would, Dr. Newton, highlight the challenges that our ag lenders are facing when we're working with producers given these current times, and specifically, what does it do to the lender when you look at ad hoc disaster assistance versus working with producers on more certain long-term programs like crop insurance?
Thank you so much for the question. I can tell you that farm credit is there with the producer, with the farmer in the good times and the bad times. And I recently, last week, spent time with many of our staff across our partnering farm credit associations to help them understand how ARC and PLC are going to work for the 2025 crop year. We're starting to incorporate the expected returns that they may receive from those farm program payments into their outlooks. They're incorporating the Farm Act ad hoc assistance payments into their outlook. So we're constantly working with our customers, again, in the good and bad times, to help them understand how all of these risk management tools work. And we work with them very closely on crop insurance. Our partnering farm credit associations have developed a crop insurance tool called Optimum that helps the farmer make the most informed crop insurance decision for their operation. So when you combine the crop insurance, the ad hoc support, and the Title I programs, our partnering farm credits are working with the producers to put together a comprehensive plan for them as they consider the challenges they're facing this growing season.
Yeah, thank you. Next question for you, Ms. Schwertner. As the situation with the farm economy worsens, which we've been talking about this morning, it'll obviously have impacts, not just for your farm, but for the community as well. What does a downturn in overall ag economy mean for the business and local communities, the areas that you live there in Miles, Texas?
Sure. Thank you for your question. I mentioned previously, agriculture and farmers and ranchers are really the backbone of our communities. Without farmers and ranchers, plenty of our local businesses can't stay in business. We provide hundreds of jobs for local community members. We also support those local businesses, the cotton gins, the grain facilities, local beef processing facilities, the schools. So many of those businesses in our local communities are supported by farmers and ranchers. So the Farm Bill truly is not just for farmers and ranchers. It's to impact all rural communities across America. So it's vitally important that we get a modernized Farm Bill that supports farmers and ranchers so that our local rural communities can continue to be supported as well.
I agree, and so I think we just got to keep in context, as we talk about Farm Bill, it's our ag producers, but it's the banks in town, it's the hardware store, the grocery store. We've got to keep our rural communities going, where the basic values that make America are still alive and well, and it's incumbent upon this committee to make sure that we strengthen the ag sector to make sure that rural America doesn't just survive, but grows and thrives. So thank you for having this hearing, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to the witnesses for coming here today. I'd like to start by saying I'm excited to join the House Agriculture Committee, not only because this committee has a long history of bipartisanship, but also because Virginia's 7th District includes significant rural counties and contributes over 66,000 jobs and $9.7 billion to economic output in Virginia. As the only member from Virginia on the Agriculture Committee, I'm excited to represent farmers and ranchers across the Commonwealth. 2 weeks ago, I met with producers from around the district in Culpeper for a roundtable. We covered a lot of ground. Challenging economic pressures and weather events.
What's happening?
Extending the dairy margin coverage program past 2025, crop insurance programs, and updating our foreign market development program to grow existing markets and reach new ones for farmers to sell their crops beyond traditional trade partners, and conservation programs, animal health in light of the avian flu, and so much more. I'm excited to tackle these challenges head-on with my colleagues on this committee and to help producers back in my district. But if I had to pick a single unifying factor in my conversations with farmers to bring here today, it's lack of certainty. Farmers face enough challenges each day without their government making them guess what tomorrow will bring. Will we pass a farm bill that updates practices and payment rates that are becoming more and more out of date as input costs rise? Will government tackle labor shortages or let another year go by while costs go up? Will there or won't there be a trade war with our northern and southern neighbors, our biggest trading partners, that makes it harder for farmers to find markets to sell their crops? The way I see it, the committee has 3 key responsibilities: ensure that American families don't go hungry, American consumers are able to access high-quality food at reasonable prices, and that family farmers and ranchers across America have stable economies so they can succeed. Without question, food security is national security. Yesterday, my local paper, the Washington Post, published an article outlining how farmers across the country are facing significant budget gaps after USDA froze payments on a range of programs. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter the following Washington Post article into the record.
Without objection.
One of the president's first executive orders was to freeze congressionally appropriated funds from the Inflation Reduction Act. However, when farmers sign up for programs, they often are required to front a percentage of the costs. A few examples. A flower farmer in Maryland signed a contract for USDA to cover half of a $72,900 solar panel installation. She's already on the hook for a loan she took out to cover the other half. A cattle farmer in eastern Missouri signed a $240,000 contract in December under the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, pronounced EQIP, and had already spent $80,000 on fencing and a well that he expected to be partly paid back by USDA. Mr. Weinzierl, in your testimony, you outlined the input costs are rising while commodity prices remain break-even at best. With farmers already operating on tight margins, what do you think will happen to farmers, or when farmers who budgeted carefully, who made deals with the U.S. government, and who spent their own money to keep their end of the bargain, what will happen to these farmers if the U.S. government reneges on that deal by freezing their funds? Do the banks care if the USDA has frozen funding, or are farmers still liable?
Well, if farmers have signed a contract or have already expensed the money, they are on the hook for that spending. So hopefully, the uncertainty goes away and we move forward on reimbursement. It really will depend on how, using the term wounded, that farm family is relative to what they've been losing over the last couple years relative to what the extent of the impact's going to be.
And just briefly, do you anticipate, even if the freeze is lifted in 90 days, that there are still bills to pay during that period of time, or projects that are put on hold? Is that going to have an effect on farmers?
I would expect most of them to have good lenders backing them. Those relationships have probably been long-term, and I would expect most of them to be able to maintain their current equity position on those projects.
Thank you, Mr. Weinzierl. It's clear that current policy is only increasing uncertainty and making it harder for farmers to make ends meet. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Weed from Wisconsin.
I think we can all agree that many conversations we have as Americans in recent years is how can we become healthier as a country? Becoming more healthy citizens needs to start with having access to the most highly nutritious, high-quality American-grown food. Ensuring the American farm economy is strong will help ensure that we are raising healthier families and protecting national security. We cannot make America great again without making sure those feeding America are supported in their mission. As a former business owner, I know firsthand that costly inputs and uncertainty elsewhere can cause strain and stress. Not knowing if you'll be able to continue operating a business that has lasted generations, let alone passing it down to the next generation, is not a position I envy. I look forward to beginning my work on this committee and learn how we can provide our American farmers and ranchers more certainty in a rough agriculture economy so that they can plant the seeds for us to make the healthiest decisions for our Americans and families, and ultimately make American agriculture great again. I would like to thank the chair for putting on this hearing today and all the witnesses for sharing more about your operations today. So quick question, Dr. Newton, just tell me about exports. Is that something that, are we in a deficit, surplus? What's the state of exports as it relates to Canada, Mexico, China, and otherwise?
Absolutely, and fantastic question. Number one, Mexico is our top agricultural export market. Canada's number 2, China's number 3. You round out the top 6 with Japan, South Korea, and the European Union, but agricultural exports have fallen sharply over the last few years. We're now in a situation where for fiscal year 2025, we're projected to have an agricultural trade deficit of nearly $46 billion. That's the largest trade deficit in agriculture's history. but we had record agricultural exports in 2022, largely on the back of record purchases by the Chinese under the Phase 1 agreement, USMCA that was renegotiated, and the renegotiated agreement with Japan all contributed to very, very strong agricultural exports several years ago.
So what has happened in these last 2 years?
Well, the value of our agricultural products, as we're in this current downturn in the farm economy, with lower corn prices, lower cotton prices, that's contributed to a lower value of our agricultural exports. At the same time, agricultural imports continue to set new records every single year. We're importing, spirits, imported beers, horticultural products. Americans want year-round access to fruits and vegetables. So our agricultural imports, I believe, I don't have the exact number, but I think are exceeding $200 billion this fiscal year.
Okay. So do you think we could do better in negotiating fair and fair trade as it relates to agriculture around the world?
Absolutely.
I just see that on, I'm very excited to be on this committee. I do see, though, that the partisanness of coming in and talking about this current administration for only several weeks and making all of these things that have happened. And I think this has been something, and the issues we're dealing with today have happened, that's been far longer, right? These aren't things that have happened in 2 weeks. Mr. Talley, I agree with your thoughts that we should be investing more in specialty crops and that we have a unique opportunity to grow in this sector. You mentioned that you grow both conventional and organic. With concern for the farm economy, can you paint the picture as to how your family decided to move into this organic sphere?
Yes, well, originally, we were completely conventional, and so it was a decision that we made to step into the organic arena when we started our CSA program, which is a direct-to-consumer, like a harvest box program, prescription-based or subscription-based program where it's a weekly delivery. And we found that through extensive research that people were looking for, to your point, more organic-oriented in that cost sector where they wanted organic produce. And so we serve the needs of our clientele. And it's been a wonderful operation. Now we're in partnership with SNAP, where we're able to really open up that new market for people who couldn't necessarily afford fruits and vegetables in the organic nature. And so now they're able to enjoy the fresh fruits and vegetables. And like the statistic reads, 9 out of 10 Americans, they don't eat enough fruits and vegetables. And so to serve the less served population, if you will, with our box program, organic program, has been a tremendous benefit to us and hopefully our clients.
Well, thank you for all you do in feeding America, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now I'll recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McDonald-Rivet, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is directed to Mr. Weinzierl. Apologies on the name butchering. So I'm from Michigan and live in the heart of sugar beet country. My grandfather was a farmer, and so much of our economy in Michigan depends on our farms. But in Michigan, with Canada being only a bridge trip away, many of our farmers rely heavily on the accessibility of trade for things like potash and other fertilizers. With planning for many of our farmers right around the corner, we've heard a lot about that today, they're navigating a field of uncertainty when making business decisions for the future. Can you share with me and the committee how the uncertainty of what tariffs are going to go into effect will place impacts on those decisions for you as well and other farmers, and what impacts have you seen with trading partners? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. So Canada, again, we import 90% of our potassium fertilizer or potash from Canada. I believe the impending tariff is for 25%. A soybean or corn farm is probably putting on around $100 to $125 worth of potassium per crop. And so right there, that would be $25 an acre impact. Mentioned earlier, from 2023 to 2024, and projected 2025, we're estimating that we'll lose about $288 for a corn acre across those 3 years, 140 some dollars on a bean acre. You know, that $25 across all those acres in one sense doesn't seem a lot, but farmers make their money on a margin, and we're already have a negative margin, and that negative margin will get larger. So it is very worrisome. Hopefully things get worked out before we're all putting a lot more fertilizer on our expected crops in the future, but it does add a lot of uncertainty to our profitability.
So we're in the middle of February. When does planting season start?
So from our standpoint, we'll start planting beans in early to mid-April. We'll follow with corn. We have already put down our potash or potassium last fall. There's probably some operators that are probably going to put some on in the spring, but it's probably already booked. Our concern would be as our ag retailers begin to replace their stocks of fertilizer here as we go into the summer, that they'll be building in those higher prices for us this coming fall.
Thank you. In Michigan, 60% of our jobs pay less than $50,000 a year. And I say that because of the context of what families have to spend on food, not to mention the income that our family farmers are actually need with their crop production. So very concerned about the uncertainty and the instability, as well as the very real potential of putting some of our family farmers out of business with these rising costs with the tariffs. So thank you so much for being here today. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messmer, for 5 minutes. Mr. Messmer, I don't think your mic's on.
There we go. I got it. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your insight and sharing your time with the committee. I'm also happy to be here with a fellow alumni from Purdue. As I talk to my Hoosiers back home, I hear time and time again the problems family farmers face who are looking to pass down the generational farm. In an effort to keep the family farm in the family, they fight against barriers to succession that Main Street business owners may never encounter. Ms. Schwertner, you mentioned that your boys are your driving reason for your efforts to preserve your operation. Would you explain how the policies that promote farm succession, like those seen in the Farm, Food, and National Security Act, would help ensure the future of your family farm?
Certainly. Thank you for the question, and of course, boiler up. But yes, you know, if they so choose it, our boys would be fourth-generation farmers for our operation. You know, started by my husband's grandfather and his father, and now him. And so if they choose it, we certainly want to do everything that we can to provide them the opportunity to be able to continue the farming operation as is today. And so, to answer your question, there's so much that goes into that, right? There's the estate tax that I mentioned previously. That's a huge, huge deal for farmers and ranchers because of the capital that goes into farming operations and the expenses that we have, and essentially the assets that we acquire over time. And so handing that down or passing that down from one generation to the next becomes problematic with things like the estate tax if it's not appropriately positioned to address, farmers and ranchers and the assets that we do have. Additionally, there's so many other things that go into it as well. I mentioned in my testimony, we're currently having challenging conversations with our banker to acquire credit or to lock in credit for the upcoming farming and ranching season. Something that's not easy to do, and it's very humbling to be having that conversation and to be in this situation. But it's so important that in those conversations we have programs that we can reference, such as a modernized farm bill with ensuring that crop insurance programs are set in place for us. Certainly ad hoc payments are helpful, but they don't necessarily provide the certainty in those conversations with our lenders. So again, modernized farm bill that reflects current market situation is certainly helpful when we have those conversations with our lender in hopes of maintaining an operation that we can pass down to the next generation.
Thank you. Now I want to shift to input cost. You all spoke so much about. The USDA estimates that in 2023, fertilizer cost occupied the 5th largest expense line on the average farm budget, falling just behind labor costs. In the Midwest, less than 1/3 of the ammonia demand is supplied by producers within the region. Instead, farmers depend on, in my district, pay high costs to import fertilizer from foreign producers or transport ammonia from domestic producers outside the Midwest. While nitrogen-based fertilizer is critical to American agriculture, holes in our domestic supply chain leave farmers in my district vulnerable to market volatility, input scarcity, and price hikes, for which the family farm budget really has no room. For the farmers here today, would you share how much of your input costs are devoted to fertilizer expense, and to what extent your operation would benefit from greater availability of American-made fertilizer within our region?
So from a corn acre standpoint, probably about 42% of our input costs are fertilizer. Soybeans is around 15%, but the largest share of that 42% would be nitrogen fertilizer.
Okay, thank you.
My numbers would be similar, specifically in California, where we grow specialty crops. I would say our cost would probably be around that 35%, and basically nitrogen-based as well.
Echoing much of what has already been said for cotton, I would say the fertilizer input cost is roughly 20 to 30% of our overall input costs for fertilizer in particular. And so very similar to what has been stated already.
Thank you. All right, and for any of the witnesses here today, if Congress fails to pass the committee's farm bill and merely enacts another extension in September, what would that mean for your operation?
Failure to pass a modernized farm bill provides so much uncertainty for us, and I realize we're running out of time here, but it's imperative. So much has changed since 2018. 2018 was a good farm bill, but it's so urgent during this time with commodity prices where they're at and input prices where they're at that we receive some relief through a farm bill that provides certainty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm excited to get to work on a farm bill, and I yield back my time.
Very good. Gentleman's time has expired, and now we're going to go to the state of New York. Mr. Mannion.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for holding this important meeting. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I left the room briefly, and when I returned, I came in with a distinct smell of fertilizer as I entered. So I'm not blaming anybody, but it was clear. As a representative of a very large agricultural community and a member of the Agricultural Committee on the state legislature, and coming from a family of farmers, I understand the essential role that agriculture plays in our economy and our communities. Our farmers work tirelessly to make sure there's food on our tables, that rural jobs are provided, and that we drive innovation for sustainable agriculture. I was also an AP biology and chemistry teacher for almost 30 years. I taught botany, life cycles, ecosystems, anatomy and physiology, ecology, evolution, nitrogen fixing. I'll say this. There's no better scientist than a farmer. Micro, macro scale. You understand the scientific method. You understand the impact of variables. You understand that stable systems are essential for your success and the overall agricultural success. What we've seen over the past several weeks is an input of multiple variables at the same time, which create disruption to systems. Those variables include unpredictable labor markets, tariffs, changes in workforce, commitments that are not going to be potentially followed through on. So I'm going to start with workforce. Upwards of a third of the workforce are individuals that are undocumented, underdocumented, or have overstayed their visa. Dr. Newton, in the past few weeks, do we have any data regarding absences of members of the agricultural workforce, or anecdotes related to that?
I'm not aware of any, no, sir.
Would any other members of the panel share any details that you might have regarding absences in the workforce as a result of new executive orders?
Certainly. So I had an experience with our crews. After Trump got elected, I went around and basically kind of highlighted what his policy was, in that he was going to deport criminals, felons, that sort of thing. I personally visited along with our harvesting supervisor and went around to each crew giving the message, and the message was actually well received. They actually supported the fact that we wanted to get rid of felons and criminals and the bad actors, sort of thing. And in all honesty, we haven't missed a day in any of our crews. Even, I believe it was a week or two ago, there was kind of a strike, if you will, in our area, a life in a day without an immigrant worker, where all crews were encouraged to stay home, and we had 100% attendance that day.
Well, I will say in my district, whether it's dairy farmers or onion farmers, there are great relationships that exist between the farmers and their employees. In that vein, you mentioned the H-2A program and the increasing costs related to it. What adjustments, in my conversations with my local farmers, there seems to be like some logical adjustments that would enhance that program. Do you have any ideas, Mr. Talley, for the H-2A program and how adjustments could be changed to make it more favorable for both the farmers and the workers?
Yes, I think as I started to state earlier today about a meeting I had with then Labor Secretary Sue, and the conversation that we had, and basically my opinion was, listen, we need to tap the brakes on the AWR, and it's becoming economically unviable. I mentioned the fact that each dollar rise in the AWR for us personally on our farm is $1 million in labor costs additionally off our bottom line. So I would definitely be a proponent of freezing that, because if you recall, we're also in charge of the housing as well as the transportation. And depending on who you talk to, that adds an additional $5 to $10 an hour on top of the AWR.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
I thank the gentleman. Now we'll go to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you on the panel that have come to share with us today. I must say, as a freshman member, it has been eye-opening to witness how this branch of government often neglects to do its job year after year. We fail to conduct proper oversight and authorize programs, which leads to where we are today. And producers are only seeing a rise in income because of federal disaster spending, and the accumulation of ad hoc spending far exceeded any estimates of the Farm Bill programs. And even now, we're 2 years behind on the Farm Bill. And I just want to ask one of our producer witnesses, Mrs. Schwertner, I'll go to you. Would timely reauthorization of the Farm Bill actually improve your ability to do your job? And if so, how so?
Thank you for your question. Certainly, timely reauthorization would help. You know, times change so quickly in the world that we live in. It's been roughly, 6-7 years since we've seen an update to the Farm Bill. 2018 Farm Bill was good. However, reference prices are outdated. Programs that were included in that Farm Bill are outdated. And so, you know, some of the things that have been included in the Farm Food National Security Act are certainly going to be helpful. So some of the proposals we certainly appreciate, you know, the increase in reference prices, the increase in expanded market access programs and FMD are certainly helpful. But reevaluating those more frequently gives us an opportunity to better reflect current market conditions, which is always helpful for us.
Great. Mr. Talley or Mr. Weinzierl, would you offer any thoughts to add to that?
Absolutely. For us, it's the automation and the mechanization. Labor, as has been often discussed here, it's a real issue for us when close to 50% of our cost has to do specifically with labor. And just that consistent flow, that consistent investment in the specialty crops is imperative to us. I always say consistency always beats intermittent intensity. It's that consistent drip of, I was going to say spending, but actually spending, no, it would be because when I spend something, I don't expect a return. But when I invest something, I expect a return. And so it would be, to your point, an investment because it's needed in agriculture.
Exactly. Mr. Weinzierl?
The only thing is I would put emphasis, as was already mentioned, on expanded funding for foreign market development and market access program. We all see exports are really in the news right now, and having those resources to maintain those customer relationships and to build new customers are ultimately important to market demand.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. Dr. Newton, another top priority for me is making sure that we respect taxpayer dollars and spend responsibly. So let me ask you, do you think that timely reauthorization of the Farm Bill would help control federal spending on agriculture and lessen the need for extra ad hoc, disaster, or emergency spending?
Thank you for the question. I think that timely reauthorization is one element of it. The second element of it is it enhanced? The Farm Bill is a 5-year contract with agriculture in rural America. As we've heard, the programs and support levels are extremely outdated. The support that we have for MAP and FMD funding has been stagnant for years. So just a regular old Farm Bill is not going to cut it. It has to be an enhanced Farm Bill. That's what agriculture needs.
And if the Farm Bill is supposed to provide a safety net, can we really say that our safety net is working if we're spending twice as much on supplemental aid?
Absolutely not. And in my previous role in the Senate, we had a producer tell us that our safety net's about 2 inches above concrete. That's where we are today, so we need to make those enhancements in the Farm Bill.
Very good. And one final question. Mr. Talley, I want to come to you. Thanks for being here today and sharing the challenges that your farm is currently facing. Can you just please, in the last few seconds we have, paint us a picture of how much capital you put at risk year after year and how the impact of even a small change in your profit margins can affect your ability to secure an operating loan?
That's a great question. It's, as you all know, agriculture is a very capital-intensive industry, and the land cost, all of our input costs, the way they've escalated over the past 4 or 5 years has been nothing like I've ever seen before, and it really hamstrings our availability of financing to get loan when everything is just costing 30 to 60% more. The available funds are no longer available.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now pleased to recognize Dr. Adams from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for organizing this meeting, and thank you to each of our witnesses for your testimonies. First of all, I do want to shout out to Dr. Newton, as I also earned my PhD from The Ohio State University, which feels especially relevant now that I'm on the research subcommittee, and it would be nice to see some more 1890s graduates up here, but I don't think I'm allowed to say that anymore. But let me just say that the economic crisis in farm country spans the food, fuel, and fiber supply chains, even in my most urban district. And like many here today, I have received hundreds of calls over the past 2 weeks in response to the Trump administration's memo from OMB announcing a pause in all federal funding. Press coverage has focused on the lawsuits filed to stop this nonsense and how this memo was rescinded. But funding pauses at the time of this hearing remain in effect, including at USDA. And so I fear that these pauses are really just cuts by another name. For example, a food hub in my district has not been able to get its awarded funding under programs like the Local Food Promotion Program, which operates on a reimbursement basis. So even with signed contracts, organizations are in the red for spending money USDA was on the hook for to cover, and it's affecting the crucial services that they provide to hundreds of small-scale diversified farmers in the Carolinas. And it's been nearly impossible to get answers from USDA, adding more uncertainty to the crisis. You know, if it's all right with the chairman, I want to enter this letter from Fresh List of Food Hub in Charlotte in my district into the record. But let me ask my first question to Mr. Talley. Thank you for your testimony and expressing support for Title X horticulture programs. And as I just shared, President Trump's funding freeze has impacted participants in programs like LFPP, who are expanding regional food economies, building new markets, and improving food safety. And so I understand that your farm does not export produce internationally. As a representative of the Specialty Crop Farm Bill Alliance, can you tell me a little bit more about the importance of domestic market access for your operation? Mr.
That
Talley.
is of utmost important. Obviously, we do. In specialty crops, we basically, the majority of our product stays within the United States. And it's imperative that we continue to harbor that and really have clear access channels for all of our farmers in the U.S. to have access to these markets and to continue to be able to flourish within the United States.
Well, thank you. My next question, Mr. Weinzierl, thank you for your testimony. Cuts to staffing concern me, in addition to cuts to funding, and President Trump, in collaboration with Elon Musk, has been intent on reducing the federal service with so-called buyouts and mass layoffs. As someone active on access to ag credit and conservation programs, I want to know, could you speak to staffing levels at the USDA offices like FSA or NRCS that you interact with, and are they adequate?
So yes, thank you, Congresswoman. We do interact quite a bit with FSA personnel at the county level. I would say that we have not noticed any difference yet in service, but we are aware of the communications that you're referring to. I would also say that our FSA office, and I think a lot of FSA offices, have become very efficient over the last 4 or 5 years in communicating and being able to work out contracts with farmers, and it will be important to maintain them at adequate staffing levels.
So do you think a hiring freeze or a mass buyout would exacerbate what you've observed?
I've not noticed anything yet, Congresswoman, but I think there's still evaluation going on within the state FSA office and relative to what's the implications.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize a gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, for holding this hearing today, and my thanks go to our witnesses for their time and insight as well. Looking forward to working with you and President Trump and the rest of my colleagues to pass a full 5-year farm bill of this Congress, a farm bill that promotes crop insurance, expands trade into new markets, and invests in the next generation of farmers. Coming from Ohio, a state with nearly 76,000 farms, 11,000 of which are in my district, I'm proud to be on the Agriculture Committee. As has been discussed several times today, input prices are still sky high. Prices have come down, but not to pre-Russia-Ukraine war levels. And in today's modern farm economy, you need the best seeds, fertilizer, and equipment to compete. It is amazing the innovation that has happened in the agricultural world. It didn't rain for months in southern Ohio this last summer, and yields were still much higher than what was ever possible 30 to 40 years ago. But one of the ways to improve farm efficiency and yields is to adopt precision technology. Precision ag technology ranges from GPS and yield mapping to several other items that can help reduce input costs, detect pests or diseases early, and increase farm profits. I think one of the main things that is overlooked is the necessity to have rural connectivity with a lot of precision agriculture technologies. My district is extremely rural, and at least 24% of the farms lack internet access to adequately track and utilize these innovations. Can any member of the panel speak a little about the benefits of precision technology for our farmers and the importance of rural connectivity in this equation?
Yes, thank you for your question. I can speak to this in a multitude of ways. So first and foremost, we live in a very rural community as well, 1,000 people in Miles, Texas, and about 30 miles from the next Walmart. And I work remotely full time. And so in order for me to do my job, I rely so heavily on rural connectivity and ensuring that I have adequate access to internet to do my job and to be able to also provide that off-farm income to continue to support our operation and our family. In addition to that, so many of the technology that you describe when it comes to equipment relies on rural connectivity. And without it, we lose out on those efficiencies that help us with, lack of labor in some instances. For example, we invested in a cotton stripper, a round baler, just a few years ago. And with the technology that provides us, it has enabled us to essentially eliminate a few jobs that we previously relied so heavily on temporary workers for. And so just that alone, the ability to take advantage and leverage the technologies and the equipment that rely on that rural connectivity, it's so important that farmers and ranchers, but also just rural communities in general and workers in rural communities have access to appropriate connectivity.
Thank you.
So for us on our farm, we use GPS with our laser technology leveling fields, as well as GPS when we're disking and ripping and plowing, as well as GPS when we're cutting lines. And we've seen with lasering, ripping, and disking, we've seen a 20% savings. That's not only in time, that's in fuel, that's in tires, that's in the whole broad spectrum of savings. And so that has been a tremendous advancement for us, and it just continues to get better. We're using it, we're starting to use it on our smaller tractors when we're cultivating and so forth, where we anticipate seeing probably another 10 or 15% improvement in our efficiency.
Thank you. Dr. Newton, I want to ask this question, and then if you would just get back to me with the answer, because I know I'm going to run out of time before we get to it all. But as of 2022, Ohio is the country's 10th largest agricultural exporting state, shipping out over $6 billion in ag exports. Corn and soybeans represent over half of all agricultural exports from the state. Representing 7 counties that border the Ohio River, I know how vital it is that we utilize the river and continue to grow our export markets. Our agricultural trade deficit is projected to be over $45 billion, and our commodities have started to be pushed out by others from around the world. The Farm Bill trade programs, a market access program, and the Foreign Market Development Program have shown great benefits to our farmers, but they have not seen any increase in investment since 2022. Since that last increase, Brazil's soybean exports have increased by 431%, and they have replaced the United States as the world's largest soybean exporter. This increased competition in the international markets has eroded the edge the U.S. once had in the soybean export market. It's clear that we need to expand into new markets, which is why a full farm bill is so crucial to the farmers in my district. Dr. Newton, what do you see as the main barriers to expanding our agricultural trade abroad, and how can we reduce our agricultural trade deficit? Again, you can get back to me with your response on that. Thank you, and I yield.
I thank the gentleman. Now I recognize the gentlelady from the island state of Hawaii, Ms. Tokuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And listened to me that dairy farmers will be prompt. So I was 1 minute late today. I promise we'll be on time next time. But want to thank all of the panelists for their patience and for being here. Many of the issues that I want to talk about were already brought up. So I'm just going to expound a little bit on some of the questions that have previously been asked. I want to go back to this issue of staffing levels at USDA within every one of our communities and congressional districts. Our FSA, NRCS, R&D, staff, they are critical lifelines. I think, Mr. Weinzierl, you talked about the need, actually, for more focus from NRCS on technical assistance in our communities and what a difference that can make. Again, I want to go back to the fact that there is this deferred resignation offer. It has not been acted upon. They are still working their jobs 9 to 5, many times over in that particular case. But right now we are seeing literally 65,000 plus that have taken that offer. There is a goal, we know, of 5 to 10% of culling of the federal workforce. This is upwards of 1,000 individuals throughout the country. Would you say right now that USDA staffing in our communities to support everyday farmers, especially our small to medium-sized farmers, ranchers, and producers, are adequate right now as it exists today to meet the needs and to be able to really have farming now go from the red to the black?
So I guess from our standpoint, you know, as a farmer who has not used NRCS programs, the staffing level in the past has been such that generally NRCS will focus on those farmers who have signed contracts. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, for NRCS to provide more technical service support to the farmers who have not signed contracts, and I don't know.
So if I may ask this question, because I want to be mindful of my time, do you think that they could do that extra technical assistance with their existing staff? And what would happen if their staff theoretically were cut in half or more? Could they provide now additional technical assistance to folks you're mentioning, like yourself?
I would say they're not providing as much technical service support already, and if their staffing was reduced, obviously it would be less.
Okay, if I could just get a real brief yes or no. If the staffing at USDA, especially in these particular areas, FSA, NRCS, were cut at least by half, would we see significant decrease in services and support to farmers?
Yes.
Yes.
I really don't have enough information to give you an accurate answer.
Mr. Newton, any comment?
I think the same. I think it depends on what happens with replacing those workers.
Okay. Well, just to let you know, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, we have sent a letter to OPM asking for a breakdown by agency, department, congressional district on where these potential individuals will be leaving and taking that deferred resignation offer so we can understand the potential impacts. You know, Mr. Newton, you painted a pretty grim but honest picture of the state of the agricultural economy. I mean, 3 years in a row of lower negative economic returns for crop farmers, our farm sector economy declining 22% over the last 3 years. Would you say right now, for the everyday farmer that's reflected on these particular graphs, how much cash reserve do you think they have?
That's probably a tougher question to answer. I don't think that information's available in aggregate, but I defer to my colleagues here.
But generally, our small to medium-sized farmers, do they have cash reserve?
There are farms that have working capital that have been built up over the years. I think if you look at dairy farms and cattle farms that we work with.
Well, we know that the cattle and dairy, to your point in your graphs, they are doing fine right now, our ranchers. It is our crop farmers that are suffering. I guess my question is, for many of these individuals, as it was asked, they've invested tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars into cost share reimbursement programs like EQIP, Conservation Stewardship Program, all of these different acronyms. What happens if they're on the hook, and can they survive beyond 90 days? Because we know that that is just the hope that they will be actually reimbursed in 90 days. If they're reneged on these particular contracts, will they be able to survive with their current cash?
Well, Farm Credit, we work with our customers through the tough times and the good times. I think we've heard that testimony here today. But very importantly, all of these environmental sustainability initiatives, the farmer has to be economically sustainable first. And I think that's what we're talking about here is the economic crisis that farmers are dealing with across the country.
Similar farmers have faced COVID crises. They've faced other trade war crises that we saw in 2017, 2018. I guess my big question is, can they actually take this additional hit to farming right now, especially when we consider that it's coupled with both potential trade wars, loss of labor due to immigration policies, and so many other different things. Mr. Chair, I do have additional questions that I want to turn into the record. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize and welcome back to the committee the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Newhouse, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Craig, and thank you for allowing me to be back on your great committee. I also want to thank the witnesses for traveling to Washington, D.C. and providing us with your testimony today. I really do look forward to working together with everybody in this room to figure out some of the solutions to the challenges that we have in agriculture today. We truly have a crisis. You know, I'm a third-generation farmer. My son's the fourth generation. We are specialty crop growers in the state of Washington. Hops, wine grapes, cherries, pears. From firsthand experience, we and I know that high input costs and low prices a recipe for disaster. And it would be probably the biggest understatement we'd hear today to say that times are tough. So we need some solutions to these challenges. And just to help illustrate that, a recent survey conducted of apple growers in the state of Washington, which maybe you've heard of apples from Washington, but labor costs increased 127% over the last 10 years, while grower returns have only increased by 22% in that same time period. Similarly, the survey showed that labor costs ate up 70% of grower returns before input costs were paid for the 22 crop. And then get this, in 23, that number rose to 99% of the 23 crop. So I totally want to look forward to working with you, particularly you, Mr. Talley, and the Specialty Crop Farm Bill Alliance as we tackle some of these things. The Farm Workforce Modernization Act is a high priority of mine, and we do need to get a handle on making sure that the H-2A program is not the reason for farms' demise, but certainly the reason that they can exist and find adequate and legal labor. I just wanted to, you mentioned this a little bit, Mr. Talley, but I would like you to talk a little bit more about some of the things that we could invest in. Mechanization of specialty crops, you mentioned, as being a viable offset to high labor costs. What are some of the other things that maybe we could look at as far as research is concerned that might help in this space?
I would say, other than mechanization, it would be crop protection products. We've lost a lot of our crop protection products over the years. A lot of times what ends up happening with us is that we have large companies that produce a product that will serve corn and soybeans, and then if it just happens to fall into the specialty category, if they can kind of just get it in, they'll go ahead and go ahead and register it. And California now, it's more and more difficult to register pesticide products, and the barrier of entry is pretty high. And so we're suffering in California just due to a lack of efficient products in our arsenal. And I would say that's probably next to mechanization. That's going to be the next concern that we have, especially crop.
Great, thank you very much. I want to move to you, Dr. Newton. Thank you for being here. It's a little difficult to understand Arkansasism, but we're getting through that. We produce a lot of crops in Washington State that are exported, and so foreign markets, as in California, are very important as well, all over the country. You mentioned in your testimony the importance of trade programs like the Market Access Program, the Foreign Market Development Programs. Could you speak a little more about some of the impacts that those programs have had, and by doubling the amount that we invest in those, what they may offer to the agricultural industry?
Absolutely, and the accent you hear is actually Kentucky, not Arkansas. But you know, the 67% of our agricultural exports go to our top 6 markets. So when you think about the MAP and FMD funding, doubling that allows farmers and their cooperators to go out around the world and find new markets for our agricultural products, develop relationships with those customers so that we can continue to grow our export opportunities.
Good. And just so fellow members on the committee know, I've introduced legislation to do exactly that, double the investments in those 2 programs. And again, thank you all to the witnesses today for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses for grinding this out with us more junior members down the dais here. I want to start by thanking my team, Kyla Cole, who's with us, who has been so diligent in helping us prepare for this hearing. So thank you, Kyla, and the committee staff as a whole. You guys do way more than the members do for these hearings, so thank you. As the son of a man who, among other things, owned a small cattle farm down in Alabama, I know a little bit about farming, but not nearly as much as this distinguished panel. Mr. Weinzierl, I want to start with you. I know at the end of the day, the goal for everybody that runs a farm is to get your product to market, is to get it to the stores where consumers can purchase it. in our cycle of the economy here. So is it a fair statement to say that the more money that Americans are spending in grocery stores, there's generally a trickle-down effect that's beneficial for the farming community?
Yes.
Or farming industry? And if we are proposing policies as a Congress that will limit the ability of some of our poorest people to be able to spend money in grocery stores, particularly in the form of billions of dollars, is it a fair assumption to say that that could ultimately have a similar trickle-down effect that would negatively impact the farming industry?
Well, our strongest markets are the livestock industry, and meat is typically a fairly high-priced product, and that is probably most likely the place that people would cut back on.
All right, but more than just meat the farming industry consists of more than just meat, and theoretically those funds in the form of SNAP benefits will be spent on more than just meat. Mr. Talley, my next question is for you. The Alabama Department of Agriculture and Industries was recently awarded about a $500,000 grant, the specialty crop block grant. And we're getting some reports that funding is tied up in the current freeze. Can you talk a little bit about the impact on producers of specialty crops, or the impact on specialty crop farmers of freezing funds like that, and how that may further impact the disparities between Title I crops and specialty crops?
I think that's kind of best to be answered on a case-by-case basis. I know in general, especially the crop industry doesn't count on ad hoc payments as part of their business plan, so that would be more on the case-by-case.
Understood. Thank you. And Ms. Schwertner, this next question is for you, and I want you to take the balance of the time if you wish. No disrespect to you, Dr. Newton. But you mentioned something in your opening statement that really resonated, because I personally find the fear of younger generations not wanting to take on the farm one of the biggest threats that we have to our national security. Honestly, a nation that cannot feed itself is a nation that is a much less secure nation. So can you talk a little bit about the current environment, that threat in general, what you think we can do beyond just the Farm Bill to make sure that we are incentivizing the farm industry and treating the farm industry with the urgency that it needs, so as to encourage future generations to do what you guys have done and are doing?
Certainly. Thank you for your question. As a mom of 4 boys who I hope will take over the operation, or at least one of them will take over the operation someday, it is critically important to me that my husband and I understand and do everything that we can to ensure that the farm can sustain and continue on for generations to come. You mentioned that national security is at risk here, and you're certainly correct. If we don't have the next generation of farmers and ranchers or agriculturalists to continue to take over, we lose our ability to feed our own nation, and that certainly is going to be critically impactful to everybody in rural communities. And I've mentioned time and time again also that it's not just important to us as a business owner or to the future generations who might take over, but it's important to the rural communities. And I say all of that, and you ask, what can we do to incentivize or to encourage young producers? As a mom of boys, it's hard to think about, you never want, your kids to endure the things that you've endured, and the challenging conversations that my husband and I are having currently in the conversations with our banker. Those are conversations that I hope that my children don't have to have if they do choose to take over the operation. And so I am, hopeful that as a committee we can continue to evaluate the Farm Bill and the progress towards Farm Bills now and in the future that will enable future generations to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to our ranking member, Craig, on your new leadership role on the committee, and I look forward to working with both of you in the 119th Congress. As we look to correct course this Congress, following the lackluster initiatives and failed policies of the previous administration, we must ensure we prioritize farm country and deliver our producers out of a financial crisis. Since 2022, as we've heard mentioned today, net farm income has fallen by $43 billion due to high input costs, supply chain disruptions, and low commodity prices. Skyrocketing costs of production and low prices ate away at farmers' margins and forced American agriculture into the red. I applaud Chairman Thompson's work to secure financial and disaster assistance in the American Relief Act, but we all know that assistance was only a Band-Aid to a much larger issue plaguing the industry. As an eighth-generation farmer, our farmers, foresters, and landowners are in a desperate need of a comprehensive farm bill that provides an adequate safety net and ensures operations longevity. Congress has punted passing a farm bill for far too long. It is time to stop delaying with farmers, stop playing, with farmers' futures and enact a bill that will strengthen producers' ability to farm and rescue agriculturists who've been left out in the cold. It is a time that we make agriculture truly great again. Dr. Newton, as you mentioned, and by the way, my sister says hello, as you mentioned in your written testimony, beef prices have been touted as being at some of the highest levels in recent years, but with input prices being just as high, American cattle producers are not seeing much in the way of real benefits. With the market in its current condition, production costs where they are, and continual decline in cattle inventories, what can cattle producers expect in their operations over this next year?
Well, tell your sister congratulations on her retirement as well. So I always enjoy working with Ms. Rodana. You know, the cattle industry, the tough part is where do producers go next, right? They're facing tough conditions on pasture. The replacement animal costs are extremely high. You know, they face incredible challenges beyond just what we're dealing with on the input cost side. So we work with a lot of our cattle producers, but a lot of them are hesitant to begin to think about that process of maybe expanding. They're catching up from the tough years that they're coming out of right now.
Mr. Talley, as the Trump-Vance administration works to combat unfair and undermining trade practices across our foreign markets, what would American fruit and vegetable producers like to see as we work to level the playing field and ensure fair competition, particularly as it relates to Mexico?
That's a tricky question. I would have to defer and get back to you. I would have to defer and get back to you on that for specifics.
Okay, thank you. I hope you will do that. Dr. Newton, as your testimony reveals and the chart that you provided makes clear, for the first time really in my lifetime in the last 5 years, we've seen ag trade deficits for this country. It's very concerning to me. Where would you say are the real opportunities to impact that growing deficit? How do we turn this around as a nation?
Well, I think first and foremost, as we've talked about, you know, reinvesting in our important trade promotion programs, the MAP and FMD programs, so that we can go out and find and develop those new markets. Increasing domestic demand will also help because that lifts our commodity prices and lifts the value of our exports as well. So I think that we have incredible opportunities ahead of us, but we need to make those investments in trade to do so.
Do you think that value-added products is part of that answer for how the U.S. recovers from the current trade deficit in agriculture?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Schwertner, in the little time that I have left, and by the way, I'm a fellow Purdue Ag Econ alum, so congratulations on that. If Congress does not address the challenges facing the agricultural community with a comprehensive farm bill, how long do you believe you and operations like yourself are from being forced to significantly downsize or outright exit agriculture?
Certainly. Thank you for the question. And very little time, but you know, like I mentioned, we're already having the conversations with our banker now. It's hard to say how long we can continue to sustain. Payments are helpful, but I just would mention that there's an urgency behind needing to resolve the problems that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
I thank the gentleman. I would also say you're going to have to live north of the Mason-Dixon line in order to do speed reading. Now recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for sticking it out with us today, sharing your insights on the challenges that face our modern farm economy. I represent New Mexico's 2nd District. Livestock and tree nuts are amongst our largest export, but our greatest gift to the country is green and red chili. I represent Hatch, the chili capital of the world. We're very proud of that. But what farmers and ranchers are facing in my district is the uncertainty of the lack of a farm bill. In 2 years, we haven't been able to get it done. The potential funding freezes that have already impacted their day-to-day businesses, and producers that are at risk of losing their stability if we continue to play politics here and play with their livelihoods. Now, on top of that, we're facing another destructive trade war that would devastate our agricultural sector. We've seen this before. In fact, the Commodity Credit Corporation had to bail out the previous administration to the tune of $28 billion because of the trade war. It was unnecessary. If these tariffs move forward, they could deal another devastating blow to New Mexico's farmers and the communities that rely on them. Now, let me tell you about the irony of these tariffs. Now, this administration is using American farmers as leverage to solve an issue that they have no control over. Farmers have no control over immigration policy in this country, but yet their livelihoods are being used essentially as pawns in this larger game. And simultaneously, as you begin to freeze their payments and don't pass a farm bill, you give them even more uncertainty. And so my first question is to Mr. Talley. Now, Mr. Talley, the American ag sector has seen the impacts of these tariffs before. We've lost over 150,000 farms. Do you think small and medium-sized farmers could survive another trade war in this country?
That's like I had expressed before. It's difficult to answer that sort of questions because it's a case-by-case situation. Tariffs, retaliatory tariffs. It's hard to be concise and to give you a direct answer to your question. So,
would we most likely see losses than gains?
Once again,
in your opinion,
it depends. It's a case-by-case. I'm not comfortable answering that question because it really depends. It depends on the time of year. It depends on what
history,
commodity.
Did we see more losses the last time the trade war was in effect?
I'm sorry.
Did we see more losses in small to medium-sized farms the last time the trade war was in effect than gains? It's a numbers question. It's not speculative. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. To Ms. Schwertner, you talked about unpredictable international events having a great impact on the future of farms in this country. Now, if these events are not unpredictable, and these events are actually domestically led by our very own administration, shouldn't we be here today advocating for less surprises and more reliability?
Certainly, certainty and knowing what to expect certainly attributes to the success of our operations.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that because the international events that we create are predictable, and we should be advocating for those farmers to make sure that we're protecting them first. Now, Dr. Newton, you also mentioned that historical times, farmers face historical times for the future of farming in this economy that we've never seen before. The conditions are unlike any time that we've seen before. So do you think it's a good idea to compound these historical challenges with a new trade war?
Thought we were doing easy questions only. You know, I think more than anything, it's so important for Secretary nominee Rollins to get into the office so that she has a voice in the Oval Office and can communicate to the president how these issues impact agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Newton. Look, my point here in this line of questioning is that I believe, farming and ranching and the rich legacy of agriculture and how much our rural economies depend on us being here and discussing the issues that matter are something we can all get together on. This should be a bipartisan idea that these harmful tariffs are going, bottom line, hurt American farmers and ranchers. Now, New Mexico's ag sector, that's going to be one of the hardest sectors that are hit, including our cattle growers, who right now are depending on those imports of alfalfa and feed to pretty much power their entire industry directly from Mexico. We're talking pecans, beef, veal, and we got plenty of other issues that we got to deal with, like the shortage of water, extended drought, and so much more. So my point is that these tariffs are really going to hurt the American farmer. And it's going to be those small and medium-sized farms that depend on them. So I look forward to working with my colleagues, especially on the reform of H-2A, to make sure that if we are going to talk and have a conversation about immigration and use farmers as leverage or ranchers as leverage, that we're talking about how to get more workers out to the field, lower costs for Americans, and do good for everybody in this industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize Dr. Baird from Indiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Appreciate all the witnesses being here. So, Ms. Schwertner, I'm going to start with you from the standpoint, I want to compliment you because you went to Purdue University to get a bachelor's degree in ag econ and agronomy. So a good place to start. But the other thing I see that you've done is been involved with not only the Farm Bureaus, but with 4-H and FFA. And I think that maybe doesn't deal directly with what we're talking about today, but I do think it's a supply chain that we can use to get young people back into the farming and agricultural industry. So, but I also noticed one more thing, that you're a certified crop advisor. Is that true?
Yes, sir, it is.
So anyway, that leads to my question. We've talked about expenses and costs and so on going up, but here's an area that I'm going to ask about, and that's the USDA county offices. And they can play a pivotal role in delivering the essential services to our communities and ag communities in relation to farm loans, disaster assistance, and the conservation programs. And so my question to you is, can you discuss how the staffing levels at your local USDA county office have impacted your farming operation? And specifically, how does the presence and absence of sufficient staff affect your access to these critical programs?
Certainly, yes. Thank you for the question. We're very fortunate to have a great local office to support us on our operation. And to be completely honest, we rely on them so much to be the experts in the programs that are being offered and what we need to consider doing with our operation to ensure that we're optimizing the programs that we have access to. And so, any sort of decrease or reduction in staffing or opportunities to speak with people in those offices, could potentially lead to inadequacies on our operation and inefficiencies on our operation as we try to conduct business and proceed forward to be successful.
Thank you. Dr. Newton, I was really glad to hear you say something about how important agriculture is to these local rural communities. In fact, they're the foundation that keeps the money flowing. And when you talk about $1,100 an acre for a crop of corn or $800 or so for soybeans, those are a lot of dollars that are moving in that local community. So I think having a safety program and a safety net for farmers is what we've been talking about here a great deal, is extremely important. But I'll ask you then to relate to how you see the local programs working for farmers and ranchers. Give you the opportunity to address those issues.
Thank you so much. I think that, and I mentioned earlier that we had a webinar with many of our farm credit colleagues a couple of weeks ago, and the webinar was to talk to them about ARC and PLC and how these programs function, these risk management tools. And we really haven't had to have that conversation for about a decade because these programs are so out of date. It hasn't been a conversation that needs to happen on the farm. We're finally seeing the guarantees under ARC move up a little bit for some crops, but not all crops. I think corn's going to see a higher guarantee, soybeans are going to see a higher guarantee, but there are other commodities that are stuck at the support levels that they had from over a decade ago. So it's so important that these tools are updated. Input costs have gone up 30% since we did the last farm bill, and these reference prices really have not changed. So making that investment in the farm bill is critically important.
So we got about 50 seconds left, and so Mr. Talley, the specialty crops is kind of a new area for me, but I think it's important that we include them in the farm bill. And some of the listening sessions that GT has had, I've been really interested in what's happened around specialty crops and the need for I think there's about 600 kind of crops, and we only cover a very small portion of those, so, with crop insurance. You got 21 seconds.
Great, thank you. I can get it done. No, there is a need, and like I said, the system, we suggest that the system be revamped to better customize and enable specialty crop producers to utilize the product. And we look forward to working with the USDA to do that.
I thank the gentleman, and now recognize the gentlelady from the Sunflower State of Kansas, Representative Davids, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to our ranking member. Agriculture is the backbone of Kansas's economy, with our state ranking as the 8th largest agricultural exporter in the country, shipping more than $7 billion in beef, wheat, soybeans, and other grains to markets all around the world. But today, our producers are facing significant economic uncertainty due to trade disruptions and inconsistent policy changes. Farmers depend on stable, long-term trading relationships. Abrupt shifts in policy, like the president's threatened tariffs on Canada and Mexico, would raise prices for farmers and make it harder for them to plan for the future. We've seen the consequences of trade instability before. When certain tariffs were imposed during the president's first term, American farmers lost roughly $27 billion in exports between 2018 and 2019, according to the Washington Post. Many had to rely on USDA programs to stay afloat, putting the financial burden on all hardworking Kansans. To keep our agricultural economy strong, we need trade policies that open doors for our farmers rather than create new obstacles. And at the same time, blocked the recent federal funding freeze. Uncertainty it created had real consequences. Farmers who signed contracts with USDA programs, investing their own money in fencing, new crops, and renewable energy systems, were left in limbo, unsure if the funding promised would come through. The same is true for food aid programs, for which Kansas producers supply a significant share of the food distributed worldwide. This isn't about politics, this is about stability and opportunity for the multi-generational farm that's in Garnett, Kansas, and those farms all across the country, where families simply want to make an honest living and provide for their loved ones. That's why leaders on both sides of the aisle have spoken out on the need for policies that support our agricultural sector and lower prices at the grocery store. We must work together to provide certainty for our producers, strengthen our global competitiveness and trade partnerships, and ensure Kansas farmers can continue doing what they do best, which is feeding our country and the world. The first question I want to ask to Mr. Weinzierl, can you just speak to, I may have missed this, but you spoke a little bit to fertilizer issues, I think, earlier. How does that, can you talk about some of the specific effects on your operation and some of the price disparities you were bringing up earlier?
Yes. So as we talked earlier, fertilizer prices or fertilizer as a cost is very large. For a corn acre, probably $300 would be the total fertilizer budget. For soybeans, it's probably more like $100. The big difference there is nitrogen, but both crops use potassium and phosphorus. Of course, potassium is mainly imported from Canada. But with the higher prices over the last several years of commodities, all of those input costs went up. Commodities have gone down. These input costs have been very sticky and coming down. And so we've not seen the fertilizer prices go to the level where family farms can, again, be profitable.
There seems to be one with these microphones. Well, thank you for that. And given the context that we're working in with uncertainty of tariff impacts, might end up following up with you around that. Ms. Schwertner, I was hoping to hear about the lack of the multi-year farm bill and uncertainty around potential changes and policies. I know you have talked a little bit about uncertainty, but
If there's any specific areas of uncertainty that you wanted to kind of touch on in this last 48 seconds.
Certainly, in referencing the Farm Bill, I think right now, we're relying a lot on ad hoc programs to get us through. We're relying on one-time payments to help get us from, one year to the next. And it's been a problem for certainly the last 3 years since we saw, a decrease in commodity prices from 2022. And input prices, as mentioned, have not come down as much as commodity prices have. We were selling cotton for $1.20 in 2022, and now we're getting quotes for, less than 60 cents. So that there speaks to, the impact and the urgency behind needing some updated farm bills to give us the certainty that we need to continue to go and talk to our bankers and secure those lines of credits to allow us to continue operating.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thank you, Ranking Member Craig. This is a great panel. And thank you, witnesses, for your testimony. I read all your testimonies, and I think we all agree on the same thing, that we have a lot of concerns moving forward. I look at the commodity prices right now. If we could expand the export market, that would be wonderful. I think that'd help the commodities a lot. I think avian bird flu, eggs at $7 a dozen right now. We've lost 24 million birds in the last 4 months. I have the second largest egg producer in my district, and then obviously soft ethanol market. Mr. Weinzierl, you noted that. There's a lot of challenges. And yet we have this farm bill. We have this farm bill that has this great opportunity. And when we talk about crop insurance, that safety net, export FMD map that we could do, foreign animal diseases, how we can start looking at this and changing the trajectory of what's happening there. And then obviously reference prices, right? But there's a couple things I want to talk about also that to me are a real concern. The death tax. You think about the death tax, this is an unfair tax that implies costly tax, 40% on the transfer of property and land to the next generation. Can you imagine that? Here you got the federal government double taxing, where if you die and you want to pass that land to your son or daughter, they're going to pull you out of the grave with their arms and say, you owe 40%. 40%, this is ridiculous. And this is going to affect our next generation. And Mr. Talley, if you could talk about this, you said that you're a third generation farmer. You recently welcomed the fourth generation. Congratulations, by the way. How will this affect you as you move forward and other farmers like you?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Obviously, I'm against the death tax. I see, especially in the specialty crop arena, throughout all 50 states, something unique about us is that our land values typically tend to be much higher than other commodities. And something else that we're seeing, at least in California, and I think in other popular areas where we're growing specialty crops, is the encroachment of cities kind of outgrowing their limits, if you will. And then all of a sudden, our farms that we purchased for $500,000, say 20 years ago, are now worth millions of dollars because they're surrounded by a bunch of homes. And so that's proven to be difficult, as well as, remember, specialty crops are very, very expensive, capital intensive. It's not only land costs, but also it's the machinery, it's the buildings on the land that are terribly costly. And so that leaves us with very little cash. Yep. And so at the end of the day, the saying goes, where we're kind of cash poor. We're land rich and cash poor. And something else you mentioned that we don't really value, if you will, it's a sentimental value. Yeah. It's the fact that I'm a fourth generation farmer. I walked the same fields with my grandfather and my uncle, and I probably would have with my father, but he passed away when I was 4. I still remember times being with my dad at a young age on the family farm. And now I'm walking the fields with my own sons and passing along that legacy.
That's special, isn't it? That is truly special to have that. And yet, if we don't have the 40%, right, to pay, then it's going to go to some out-of-state, buyer, or to our foreign adversary, China or whoever they're buying it. It's very scary stuff.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I introduced the Death Tax Repeal Act. We have 170 sponsors across the board, bipartisan. This has got to get done. Also, I want to talk about also something that really, to me, is affecting farmers right now, and that's the operational loan costs. All right, we have all our farmers going to the bank right now and getting that operational loan to start planting this spring. And yet, here's our problem. That interest on that loan is very expensive. And this, to me, it's a safety net. How can we lower interest rates? How can we lower real estate loans? And we can. It's called the Acre Act, by lowering interest rates. And I want to ask Mr. Weinzierl, what is your thoughts on this? I mean, do you see this as something productive for the farming community? If we can lower interest rates, if we can lower some of their costs on these operational loans?
Yes, lower interest rates especially would help young farmers who are not near as capital wealthy. And so anything that could be done around that for especially young farmers. My own daughter has an FSA loan, but she's been challenged. She got married, which is a good thing, but because of FSA loans, they look at the net worth, and for her to change a commercial operator to a lower rate, she would have to redo the loan. That net worth would throw her out because she got married.
My time has run out, but I'm telling you, the Acre Act, we got to get this passed. Another one of the things that we just got to get done, along with the Farm Bill. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from the Empire State of New York, Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very much looking forward to working with you. It's an honor to be on this committee, and let's get the Farm Bill.
Sounds good. Check your microphone there. Need to push the button on the bottom.
You can tell I'm new here. I'm the new guy, so we're going to figure this out. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't know how much my incompetence takes away from my time, but it's an honor to be on the committee. I'm looking forward to working with you. Dr. Newton, I really appreciated in your testimony, you talked a bit, in your written testimony anyway, you talked a bit about the consolidation we're seeing in the dairy industry. In the last 25 years in upstate New York, we've lost about 2/3 of our dairy farms, and we've actually seen that trend accelerate in recent years. From, I think it's 2017 to 2022, we lost about 40% of our dairy farms. So I've got about 300 dairy farms left in my district, and they're just getting crushed by these big farms that are getting bigger and bigger. And now it's like you have to get huge to survive. I saw some data showing that if you have over 500 cows, you're very, very, very likely to make a profit. If you have over less than 100, you're almost certain to lose money. And so my question for you is whether you have any suggestions for us as to things we can do as a committee to address those trends and save our small family farms. And related to that, I wonder if you could comment on whether the consolidation we're seeing in the industry is increasing public health risks with things like, for example, the bird flu. It seems to me that if you have fewer, bigger farms, you're increasing those risks. If you're literally putting all your eggs in one basket and that basket ends up with bird flu or an issue, it seems like that is compounding the risk. So I was hoping you could talk about both of those issues.
I was waiting for a dairy question.
Yeah.
It took us a while to get there.
Yeah. And it took us even longer because I couldn't figure out how to work the microphone.
You know, for dairy farmers, you know, they've got a very important safety net. The Dairy Margin Coverage Program has been an effective safety net for dairy farmers since it was reformed in the 2018 Farm Bill. I think there's, you know, a need to consider how that's working. Could it work even better for dairy farmers? That's one area. I think another aspect that we haven't talked a lot about, especially with these small dairy farmers, is their utilization of crop insurance. Dairy revenue protection, which I developed when I was at American Farm Bureau, very successful insurance product for the dairy industry. But how can we increase awareness and education to those small and medium-sized dairy farms so they know that this product can work for them and help them manage their risks? So that's the answer to your first question. As to the second question on bird flu and the size of the operation, I'd be happy to consider that in a QFR.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer for you for that today.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to work with you on increasing awareness for programs that our small dairy farmers could take advantage of. I'll say one of the takeaways from reading the testimony and hearing from all of you today, my biggest takeaway for this hearing is that our family farms are operating with razor-thin margins. We've seen net farm income decreasing. I know that a lot of farmers are looking to this new administration to reverse those trends. Each of you, both in your written testimony and in your testimony today, mentioned the challenges of high input costs, and I'm very concerned that the president's proposed tariffs on Canada are going to do more harm than good for a lot of our farmers, and that's especially when you look at the charts, Mr. Weinzierl, in your testimony showing the impact of the rising fertilizer costs. I heard today one of the statistics that really stood out to me is that Canada is providing 90% of the fertilizer, potassium, the potash that we're using in America. And so I have a letter that I'm leading to the administration. I tended to agree with some of the testimony earlier that when we're talking about tariffs, we shouldn't be looking at it just writ large. We should be looking at it specifically item by item and determining on a cost-benefit basis whether particular tariffs are helpful or harmful. I'm convinced that the tariffs on potash are going to be very harmful given the high input costs and the cost of fertilizer. So I have a letter that I'm leading to the administration asking it to exclude potash from any tariffs that end up being imposed on Canada, and I would just like to invite all of my colleagues to join me in that, and I'll yield back the rest of my time. Thank you all for testifying. This has been very helpful.
I thank the gentleman. Now I recognize the gentleman from the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start out by saying how excited I am to be working with you and support our Pennsylvania farmers, producers, and diverse agricultural industry. Last month, I had the pleasure to visit the Pennsylvania Farm Show, where I got to speak with some of these farmers and producers from all over the Commonwealth and sample everything from milkshakes to apple cider, slushies to potato donuts, and deep-fried mushrooms. It was truly remarkable just to hear how much work goes into bringing these products from the farm to our tables. Just as remarkable was hearing how many of these farms were family-owned and multi-generational. The most common thread that I hear from farmers while traveling around my district in northeastern Pennsylvania is the desire to keep their family farm in the family and pass it down to the next generation. This speaks directly to me as I am a third-generation family business owner. I went from first generation to third generation in the heavy highway electrical space, so I'm relatively new to agriculture, but understand the significance of what we do here and do appreciate all of your testimony here today because it does speak heavily when we hear it directly from the source. My first question is actually for Ms. Schwertner. You made a lot of references to the banks and something that we had to deal with going from a first generation to a third generation family business was the bar was always moving. You're coming from the agriculture industry. So how do you collateralize your farms and how have you been able to secure and alleviate the agita that the banks would sometimes create?
Thank you for your question. And as a new and beginning farmer, but still considered a new and beginning farmer, it's certainly been challenging. Right? We've had to rely a lot on our partnership that we have with my father-in-law and my mother-in-law to help with building that collateral to earn the opportunity to gain credit and to increase that line of credit. And so, it's certainly a challenge that I think all new and beginning farmers face with the lack of collateral coming into the industry. It's high input costs, high cost to enter, and unless you have some assistance from someone who's already doing it or some other program that you have access to help, it's certainly challenging to enter in as a new and beginning farmer.
Especially when you're trying to buy a piece of equipment, the CapEx. I mean, are you able to usually collateralize the new CapEx piece of equipment purchase off of the equipment itself? But then you also need to sustain your operations and cash flow so you make your monthly payment on time. Have you seen the escalation of this equipment increase drastically over the last few years?
Yes, certainly. You're referring to the cost? Or
Tractor, combine, whatever that case may be, and the availability. Are you able to go out and buy one at that moment if you want it, or is there a longer lead time?
We could certainly go find one. There is a market certainly for it. I think currently the challenge is affordability and the ability to invest in equipment. That's certainly not something that we're looking at right now, given the current state of things.
So I guess this pivots into my question for Mr. Talley. In the construction business, we're constantly looking for new technologies to make our jobs more efficient, less labor intensive, more precise. In your testimony, you advocated for additional research and development into the automation technologies for the specialty crop sector. Can you tell me more about some examples of recent technological developments that either you, yourself, or another specialty grower have implemented, and how has it worked?
Sure, be happy to. As I alluded to earlier, California spent over $16 billion in labor alone. 2/3 of that was in the harvesting. And to me, that's the critical area where we need automation, mechanization, or whatever that might be. Once again, there's no silver bullet because each commodity within the specialty crop industry is harvested in a different manner. But just simple harvest aids that would make the job easier, more ergonomical, and save a handful of jobs here and there. At the end of the day, that's been tremendous. We have a new belt that we use that probably in our 14-person crew, it dropped it down to about 11 individuals now because it's increased our efficiency.
From 14 to 11?
From 14 to 11. So it's little steps like that. Like I said, there's not going to be a silver bullet. There's not going to be an instant cure for our labor needs to go away. But it's just drip, drip. It's that investment in mechanization and automation that's critical for us.
I appreciate that, and I yield my remaining 8 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Maryland, Mrs. McLean Delaney.
Thank you to our chair and to all of you here, but in particular to all of the panelists here who have been here for over 3 hours. So really, really important. I've really enjoyed this. I represent the 6th District of Maryland, which is an incredible district in terms of the number of farmers. We have almost 500,000 acres of farmland, including 178 dairy farms and 3,500 family farms. We're also home to the Ag Preserve in Maryland's County Agricultural Reserve. And before this hearing today, I talked to our Frederick County Farmer Bureau and the Maryland Farmer Bureau, and really discussed the challenges facing family farms, the importance of crop insurance, reconnect and equip. But I guess most importantly, I am a 4th-generation Idahoan from Buell, Idaho. My dad was head of the Idaho Potato Commission, and we had a family farm. And I have to say, Dr. Newton and Ms. Schwertner, it was really important to me because in the 70s and 80s, it was sky-high interest rates. It was really hard. The cost of production was below the cost of what you could sell your crops for almost 5 years. And actually, access to capital and credit was really important. And ultimately, my family lost the farm. It was a really terrible thing that is awful for those of us who want family farms. So just as this was not my anticipated question, I will talk to you about rural broadband in a second. But looking over the legislation the past 3 or 4 years, there's been a lot of different ways of looking innovative at access to capital. If you all could just I am going to submit some things for the record, but if you all could just think of one thing or one correction, how would you, in this farm bill or in other innovative ways, look at better access to capital from our banking, from our different banks? And is there anything you would do that you could clarify in this 119th session that you would like to see in terms of improving access to capital for farmers, in addition to commodities and crop insurance and the things that we have?
So one thing my daughter has brought up, and a lot of the young farmers coming in to farming now are in their 30s and maybe even 40s. They're connected to the farm, but they've also had careers up until then. And you know, land, it's been talked about, is very expensive. Her question to me is, gee, Dad, you know, the farmland that you have is really your retirement program.
Right.
I've had access to building, you know, a retirement account in my professional career. Is there any way that it could be changed so that a farm, putting a down payment on a farm could be viewed as a retirement account, and you could just shift from the 401K to use that as a down payment on a farm. For her to do that now, she's not 59 and a half, there's a penalty to that, but she sees the value of being able to make that investment and is looking for more flexible ways, innovative ways to try and do something like that.
And I think for my time, I'm going to submit that for the rest of the record for you, because I'd really like to figure out some ways to increase and really work on those issues in terms of finance and capital. The bulk of my life I spent in telecom as a online child advocate, telecom attorney, and most recently I served at NTIA as Deputy Assistant Secretary, rolling out our broadband and our rural broadband. And broadband access allows kids to go to school and access to health care, but in my district, more than 20% of farms lacked internet access, and without any of these rural communities are disconnected, they are left behind. USDA, the Reconnect programs, the affordability, the Community Connect, I just kind of throw it open to you. You all, without a bipartisan modernized farm bill, these programs could be jeopardized. Can any of you speak to a little bit about how farmers are using data and technology on around the farm? Is there ways to cut costs with it? And what is a broadband or a lack of broadband access, which is affordable, high-speed access, do to a farm's bottom line? And obviously with these freezes, what will that mean for connectivity and how that will impact you all?
Thank you for your question. I'll take it with just a few minutes remaining. First, I want to thank you for your Farm Bureau engagement and communicating with your local county farm bureaus. That means a lot to me, serving on my county farm bureau, and that's certainly where change starts for the Farm Bureau organization. But to answer your question, rural broadband helps me in my day job. I'm fully remote, allows me to contribute back to our operation. Additionally, it helps with our farm efficiencies as we're looking at data to continually improve the efficiencies that we have on our operation.
So I've got 2 or 3 questions that I'll just submit for the record for a lot of you.
I thank the gentlelady.
Been a lot of great conversation.
Thank the gentlelady. The votes have been called. There are 2 votes. I am told the first one will be strictly held to 15 minutes. And but I'm going to yield. We're going to recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes of questioning. But and then we will we're going to recess and reconvene as quickly as that second vote is offered. If you could vote and then come back here so that we could continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and do it in 4. How's that? Mr. Newton, you emphasized earlier that with California tree nut growers that we're looking at Australia's trade deals and how they've had great impact on nut exports as they've done a pretty good job of muscling in on major markets over there. So this affects walnuts who've been devastated in recent years. They're only now looking like they're recovering. Almonds have had a rough go, and I know a whole bunch of almond acres that are under water right now in my area. They can't take more than a week or 2 of that, as well as some level of pecans. What do you think we should be doing? You may have answered this already. I've been in and out of the committee, sorry. To get this playing field leveled with such hot competition from Australia and maybe others with really what's unbalanced foreign competition.
Thank you so much for the question. And our analysts at Terrain do see the almond market, the walnut market finally starting to turn around, coming out of the pandemic lows and the challenges that those growers faced. But I go back to what we've talked about before, investing in trade promotion and market development programs as part of the Farm Bill will help those growers go out and find and continue to develop those markets around the world.
All right, we believe we got good work in the Farm Bill. If we can get the good one done, as our chairman and ranker, we're going to be sure to get there this year. Let me jump over to Mr. Talley here. We're talking we haven't talked enough about the AWAR, the adverse wage effect rate for H2A. It's skyrocketed in the last few years. 4 out of the last 5 years, it's gone up about 7.3% annually. And so the fruit and vegetable growers are the largest users of H2A, as well as some others. And they spend about, over 1/3 of their expenses on labor, like was established a bit earlier. So California, with the big AWAR increase, how much farther can this go? And I'd like to give that to, again, Mr. Talley. How long can these keep going and then have any chance, California's hourly rate for labor has now reached the 8-hour, 40-hour limit a week this year. So how do we keep doing all this?
Quite honestly, the meteoric rise in the wages in the AWR, it's not sustainable. You're seeing, I think, for the first time last year, the numbers in H2A usage have kind of gone flat and maybe even gone down due to the sheer fact that this year it's at $19.97. California's minimum wage is at $16.50. In effect, $19.97 is now our minimum wage in our family farm. And when you compete against just not only other states that have $2 to $3 less an hour wages, but also you're competing internationally where the wages are a fraction of that cost. I just spent some time in Costa Rica at a farm, and I asked them what their minimum wage was, and he said, $4.20. We can't compete with that. It's not sustainable.
Can't touch this, right?
Yep.
So let's talk about mechanization for a moment here, as we've also put some research dollars towards that through some of our efforts here. Talk about ag mechanization. Why is that going to be perhaps very vital as well for specialties?
The mechanization component, that's, in my mind, that's where our strength lies, where we have the ability to really create change and build an efficiency in our program. Our labor wage it is what it is. I don't necessarily see it dropping. It'd be nice if it did, but that's not a reality. So to mechanize and to be able to be competitive on the international scale, it's of utmost importance. If we want to continue to have agriculture in our country, we've got to mechanize. I mean, there's no way around it.
Yeah, a lot of things coming at us at once. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The committee will stand in recess until the call of the chair immediately after the second vote on the floor.
Green.
The Agriculture Committee hearing will reconvene, and I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes. I think press your mic on there at the bottom.
Oh, there we go. Excellent. Thank you, Chairman, for hosting this important meeting today. And thank you to all the witnesses for being here throughout the day and joining us and sharing with us your concerns about the economic crisis that is happening all across America. As we're looking at the economic crisis for our farmers and ranchers, I'm going to specifically talk about what's happening in my district. In my district, our farmers and ranchers are really suffering due to the Mexican government's failure to deliver water as per the 1944 Water Treaty. This has been devastating for our region. In fact, each day this devastation continues. Mexico now owes us over 1 million acre-feet of water. It's practically impossible for them to pay us that much water at this point. How we have suffered is that we have lost our sugar growers in the Rio Grande Valley. We were the only sugar growers in the entire state of Texas. Now that is gone. That only leaves 2 other states that have sugar mills. And this is devastating, not just for our area where it meant millions of dollars of loss, but it was also 500 jobs that were lost because of this. And all of the jobs and businesses downstream. This sugar mill closed after 50 years of service to the Rio Grande Valley, and it's absolutely devastating. Because Mexico has not complied with the 1944 Water Treaty and given us the water that we so depend on, we are about to lose our citrus industry as well. You all know that Florida has had a tough time in citrus, so America is really dependent on the Rio Grande Valley and the state of Texas for to deliver the citrus that we need. So, as we say here in Ag Committee, food security is national security. And when we are depleted of sugar, of citrus, of other vegetables, in our area, what that means is that we're going to be dependent on foreign countries to feed Americans. We don't want that. We want American farmers to feed Americans. And this is why the topic of agriculture, economic loss, water loss for us as per this water treaty is so important. I can share with you that I'm proud to have secured language at the end of last year in the last Congress, granting the Secretary of Agriculture the authority to provide grants for economic relief to agriculture producers in South Texas that are affected by this issue. So my farmers in deep South Texas have compounding problems. They have economic pressures, they have burdensome regulation that is weighing down on them, and they have the 1944 Water Treaty where they're not receiving the water that they need. Well, this disaster assistance through the appropriations language that we put into the 2025 appropriations is going to help. So much more still needs to be done. So I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle for a strong farm bill because it is of urgent need. Now I'm going to ask Ms. I'm going to mispronounce your name. Please help me. Schwertner, there we go. Your testimony touched on how the U.S. is continuously losing more and more family farms. I know how this has affected my district. How can you tell us about the impacts of losing family farms in your community?
Certainly. Thank you for your question. I think there's a statistic out there that, we're losing roughly 1,000 family farms a month. And that's alarming, being a family farm of my own, thinking that, that could be us one day. And I certainly hope that it's not. And so as we continue to look at that data, the impact of losing family farms or any farms is certainly detrimental to our national security, just as you've mentioned. Being able to feed our country and our nation is so important. It's part of our overall, GDP as a country, and so certainly agriculture contributes so much to the success of our nation, to the success of our communities, and ensuring that the businesses and the people in our local communities are also successful.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, for holding this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for participating in this long morning. Appreciate your insights. My district is in California's Central Valley. Represent 5 counties in the northern San Joaquin Valley, and grew up in agriculture myself. My family's in the dairy business. We also grow almonds and pistachios, and excited to be here, participating in the Ag Committee, and hoping, my first term in Congress, and I ran for this office after the 118th Congress, one of the most unproductive in U.S. history, failed to get a farm bill. And folks in my district work very hard, and certainly looking to Congress to work hard to land a farm bill this session, and I'm hopeful to be part of that. Certainly a lot of important work to do, and we've heard a lot today about some of the folks on this committee where there seems to be an appetite for bipartisanship and working together, and I hope to certainly be part of that as well. In my district, we grow some of the highest quality cotton in the world, and I've heard concerns recently about the long-term prospects for funding for the Pima Cotton and Wool Trust Fund. And so my first question for Ms. Schwertner is, as a cotton farmer yourself, can you speak to the importance of programs like the Pima Cotton and Wool Trust Fund?
Thank you for your question. I can't speak specifically for Pima Cotton. I can speak for general cotton programs, but I'm not familiar with that, but happy to respond in writing.
I appreciate your insights on that. I think the long-term stability and predictability for farmers, like any other industry, is critical, and hopefully that'll be top of mind for folks on this committee as we move forward. Another major issue in my district recently, just as recent as last week, has been the spread of bird flu. And we just, in fact, had a new strain detected in Merced County, which is my home county within the district. And we've certainly talked a lot around the country about the price of eggs, but the poultry industry is pretty concerned on this issue. And question to Mr. Newton, what are the risks for us in not tackling this problem, urgently and expeditiously?
Thank you so much for the question. I mean, the outbreak that we're currently experiencing on the bird flu, we have over 11 million birds confirmed just to start this year alone. You mentioned the new strain for dairy cattle. And then we've seen detections in the broiler flock in the southeast. So it's incredibly important to get this under control. The impact on food availability and food prices, I think, is top of mind.
Appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Now please recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this very important hearing today. To each of you, look, I represent 87,000 family farms back in Iowa, and we recognize that this is bigger than any single farm, any single bigger community, any single state. This is truly something that is going to impact the entire nation, and we either have the ability to help defend our food and fuel supply, or we have the ability to acquiesce and allow somebody else to fill the void. It's not only a national security threat, but puts us directly dependent on foreign entities on how we feed our families. Now, I know we've been short on time, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, so I want to get straight to it. We're going to drive like a combine driver with an ice storm coming up during harvest season. I'm going to ask a couple of direct questions. Mr. Weinzierl, I feel obligated to come to you first as a fellow Midwesterner here. You have planted corn, soybean. You know this in Illinois, just like here in Iowa. Row crops are a big deal. The importance of access to foreign markets here in the U.S. In your testimony, you highlighted the U.S. is facing its 5th consecutive annual trade deficit. In fact, we're up to about $100 billion now, largest in the world. Mr. Wurtzel, what will happen if our corn and soybean farmers fail to pass a farm bill that includes additional MAP and FMD funding?
Well, thank you for the question. As we've emphasized several times, I think the whole panel, the importance of getting that funding for MAP and FMD is crucial in continuing to open up markets and to maintain the relationships with countries that we're current marketing to. So I think that's the one thing that, you know, with a lot of uncertainty around trade, if we can have that as certainty, that will definitely help in putting boots on the ground all over the world.
Critically important. For the last 4 years, we haven't had a single farm trade deal done. I hope we can get more done here in the next 4 months. Look, Mr. Wurtzel, you know this. A bushel of corn today runs about $4.90 on a good day. A bushel of soybean, probably about 10 plus. The challenges that we have are these prices are reflective of a severe decline in farm communities. Sixth-generation farm kid from Iowa here. This is a deficit 15 years in the making. Had improvements this committee had already passed on a bipartisan basis on last year's farm safety net been implemented for a crop this year, any indication as whether it would have been better or worse as we head into the next year?
So at least the data I've seen, it would have been slightly better for Illinois corn farmers and soybean farmers, not to the magnitude that I think is needed. I really applaud the committee's efforts and members and what they did in the ad hoc program. That was much more substantial, probably at least twice the impact of what we would have seen, but also because the payments were tied to just months later, not tied to a marketing year. That makes a big impact as well. And then because it was tied to planted acres, it really directly affected the costs that we're seeing in the high prices and addressing that issue.
Could not agree with you more. And while it would have been a step in the right direction, I applaud the members on both sides of the aisle in this committee. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure we can make this sustainable going in the future. Ms. Schwartzer, thank you again for your service on this, your family's legacy, directly impacted by our current financial conditions that have been hit this country. Before the end of the year, Congress passed a spending package that included the necessary assistance for our farmers. Did these payments serve as an adequate replacement for the Farm Bill?
No, they do not.
And I would fully agree with you on that. No, they do not. Not a single farmer in Iowa believes that. I'm certain back in Texas it's the same way. Farmers in my district have shared the same sentiment. It's been 7 years since Congress passed a farm bill. 7 years since our farm safety net was updated. Mr. Ritzer, if the farm safety net had been aligned to today's cost, would the ad hoc assistance have been necessary for you?
No, it's not necessary. With adequate farm safety net, that certainly prevents us from needing the ad hoc assistance.
I appreciate that. To everybody's farm district back home, I want to thank you very much for being here. At the end of the year, we were able to get financial emergency assistance out to those farmers, including in my home in Greenfield, Iowa, that got devastated by a tornado, to help get back on their feet. But that is not the solution. We have to have a long-term strategy here to address America's food security. That starts right here in the United States. To all the board or the members on this, I really appreciate your leadership in bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Before we adjourn today, I don't know no one else here that has not asked 5 questions. I invite the ranking member to share any closing comments that she may have.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to start with a big thank you to you for calling this hearing so early in the 119th Congress, and especially to our witnesses who have had a very long day of answering our questions, and you've been pretty patient with us, so thank you. This hearing has again put a spotlight on the reality that farmers across this country face every day. High input costs, challenges in domestic and international markets, natural disasters, the list goes on. We absolutely need to reauthorize a new farm bill. My colleagues, I still believe in the possibility of bipartisanship from this committee, even in a town that tries everything else first. And I know we all want good policy with support for our farm programs and strong nutrition safety net for Americans who need it. That's how we get to a bipartisan farm bill. My commitment to Minnesota and farmers across our nation has always been to work with an administration when it's right for them and to stand up to one when it isn't. I did not believe the Biden administration focused enough on expanding trade, and they didn't prioritize renewable fuels nearly enough, and I told them so publicly. And I also have a responsibility to point out that I believe this new administration early actions are implementing early policies that could potentially hurt our family farmers and ranchers. I sure hope not, but it feels that way. The freeze of EQIP and REAP dollars already obligated to farmers and ranchers, the across-the-board tariff threats on our largest trading partners, the $2.1 billion USAID market that would go away if this program went away, and the discussion around cutting the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Given the tough economic climate and thin margins, farmers don't need new problems, especially those manufactured in Washington. Mr. Chairman, I believe that you and I and our great partners in the Senate, Senators Klobuchar and Senator Bozeman, could figure this out if left to our own work together with our own members. But I'm worried that the reconciliation process might impact our ability to get a farm bill, and I would be remiss if I did not say that out loud here today. The chairman and I are going to keep at it together. Farmers, lenders, rural communities, and those who need help to put food on the table are watching and waiting. Let's not disappoint them. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. You know, I think the word that came up the most here at this hearing today is uncertainty. And uncertainty around input costs, commodity prices, and yes, of course, trade disruptions. The single most important thing this committee can do for our farmers and ranchers is to reauthorize the Farm Bill with an improved safety net. And that is what this committee will be working towards in a bipartisan way in the 119th Congress. I fully understand that the uncertainty for our producers with regards to tariffs, trade, and how this all unfolds is headed are storm clouds on the horizon for our producers. But I will remind my colleagues that in his first term, President Trump was able to renegotiate more favorable terms for USMCA. And let us not forget about the Phase 1 China deal, which I'll point out the Biden administration never held China's feet to the fire, and China continues to not meet those commitments. That is in addition to new non-tariff barriers being erected around the world, like non-science-based environmental regulations in the EU. The current playing field is not level for our producers, and righting the ship will not be an easy task, but we cannot let the almost $100 billion in total trade deficits experienced over the past 4 years continue to widen and worsen. Keep in mind that simply right-sizing the expected trade deficit of $45 billion in 2025 would provide more support and more certainty to our farmers than the entire end-of-year package. I urge the Trump administration to aggressively pursue new access to markets and be prepared to stand by our farmers and ranchers if these disruptions start impacting their bottom line. I think we all celebrate the bridge that we were able to accomplish in December. It is just a bridge. The $20 billion, more than $20 billion in weather-related assistance, the $100 billion in economic disaster relief, which was somewhat unprecedented. We're very proud of what we're able to deliver for the American farm, ranch, family. We need Brooke Rollins to be confirmed by the full Senate this week, preferably, as soon as possible. I mean, she got a unanimous vote in the committee, and so I just encourage that her confirmation vote be scheduled in the Senate as soon as possible, preferably this week. And we need a 5-year farm bill sooner than later. I am of the belief, and I think for good reason, if we wait until the end of this year to do a 5-year farm bill, we will be back asking Congress for more economic disaster assistance. if we're able to get this farm bill done sooner than later, that's not going to be necessary. And our farmers don't, they want to be able to farm and prosper by what the industry is. And so, I know the $10 billion is welcome, but that's ultimately not what they want. They want to address some of these pressures and challenges that are out there on them. And that's our job to do that. Whether we're talking whatever we can do to influence commodity prices, so that would be trade would help with that. Lowering input costs, addressing this 46% ag trade deficit, turning that back around into a surplus. Workforce was mentioned today, and I'm very proud of the agriculture workforce task force that we put together. We got some great recommendations in the 118th Congress, and I think it's going to be those reforms, the H-2A program, are going to be the basis of some great legislation that we will be drafting. I want to thank all of our witnesses here today for their time and their testimony. We know that times are tough for you, your family, and your local communities, and this committee will be working tirelessly to address the issues that you all have raised here today. And I just want to take an opportunity to thank all of our staff, too. The personal office staff, your agriculture, those who handle that portfolio in your offices, our committee staff on both sides of the aisle, and bottom line is we couldn't do this without you. So a big thank you to all of our staff. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.